A great big good evening to you all as you jump in here for Wednesday night. It's LPL Pro, it's Rainbow Six Siege. My name is still Matt Ferox, and I still have Mr. Cthulhu here to stick through here because we are nearing the tail end of this round robin stage. We are in week number 5, day number 2. So there's not a whole lot of games left here, Cthulhu, but let's catch everyone up here because we actually had a few games last night, which the results may have been what we expected, but maybe not exactly how we got them was the real surprise.
Yeah, the results definitely, they don't tell the whole story that unraveled yesterday, because Bazaar versus Bans, it was expected to be a pretty swift 2-0, but Bans did really give Bazaar quite a fright on Villa on the first map. Whereas in the matchup of PC419 versus Bitter Hams managed to actually also give quite a run for the reputation that PC419 had to uphold, because that whole new roster is looking quite spooky.
Yeah, it was pretty insane. A lot of people were kind of riding Bitterham's off, but at the end of the day, it was 2-2-0 series. So this is how the leaderboard does end up looking. Of course, there are some teams that have to play tonight, so they all have a chance to move on up. You've got Exsto Gaming, one of those teams, in fact, sitting in first place. They're going to pick up some points. They've got their match against Shadownet tonight, which is a spoiler, but they should be expected to get a pretty easy 2-0 here, all things considered. But then Cthulhu, you take a look at the next few teams. You've got Bazaar 1 point above what is a 3-way tie for that third place spot. So you've got 3 teams trying to squeeze into the last 2 spots in the top 4, which is very critical for the playoff stage of the whole league.
Yeah, that 3-way draw of the points is definitely going to be quite a interesting and very volatile situation, but which I reckon we'll be seeing a resolution of that, or at the very least advancement of that situation throughout the whole day today. So curious, how will this match, this whole tie actually end up working out?
Yeah, well, I mean, we get to answer at least some of that. I mean, hopefully here with these matches here. You've got Ferox versus Skyfire. This is going to be the big match today. Everyone's going to be looking at this one. It's a very tight one, and it has big implications for that top 5. Then later on tonight, like I mentioned, you've got Exsto Gaming versus Shadownet. All things considered, this one should be kind of like last night, with Exsto Gaming probably coming in to pick up the 2-0, but hey, we said it last night, and it didn't look that easy. So maybe Shadownet brings something special tonight. But let's focus on this first match here: Ferox versus Skyfire.
Yeah, Ferox versus Skyfire should be a really close one, I reckon. Both of those teams are sitting right next to each other on the leaderboard as well, and with that tie. So honestly, I reckon it's going to be a battle of the 2 giants here within the LPL Pro.
Yeah, well, I mean, let's talk about what it means. So if they draw, then they're just going to end up tied with Bazaar at 9 points in second place. So both teams desperately wanting to snag the 2-0 here. So the good news is that it's going to be intense no matter what part of the series we're in, no matter who wins the first map. So map 2 is going to be intense no matter what as well. But let's take a look at the rosters here. First up, we'll take a look at Ferox. So these guys, you're going to recognize a lot of these names: Deptra, Sushi, Warden, Shade, and Todd. Of course, Sushi jumping on the interviews quite a lot here. It's always a good time having him jump on. He's got some fun opinions as well. But it's good to hear how serious his team is taking all of this as well.
Yeah, they've been approaching this quite more and more seriously as of recently. I mean, even from the week 1, I remember Sushi mentioned that all those teams are very much able. All of them have fantastic fraggers. If yesterday's games were not a proof of that, I don't know what else will, because yeah, Bans and Bitterhams were able to prove that they were just absolutely scary on several maps and whenever they fully organized. So here, yeah, Ferox are going to be rather slightly the more preferred team by the public, but we also yet to see the roster that will be versing them.
Yeah, so let's take a look over there at Skyfire. So we talk about scary teams. This is another one that comes up just as scary as Ferox. It's Archie, Smacker, Jigsaw, Cooperine, and Sequence. A lot of names popping out here, of course. Smacker's a big one. A lot of fans for this guy, but I'd say last week he probably didn't have his best performance, but hopefully he comes back and bounces back pretty hard here, because Smacker, when he pops off, is a pretty scary operator.
Yeah, Smacker was one of the rather star players for Skyfire, but to me, another shining star was Jigsaw, as well as Kubrian as well. Those two players were just absolutely popping off. And matter of fact, the whole roster is very much able to frag out, so it's rather going to be the clash between the roster that has already a good Pro League knowledge, some good coordination with each other, and ability to frag against, just flat out the set of 5 fraggers who can just 1 versus 5 pretty much nearly demolish the whole opposing team.
Well, I mean, let's take a look at where those demolitions could potentially be happening, because first up, it's going to be Oregon. This one's picked up by Skyfire. Then the second one's going to be KAFE, of course, picked by Ferox. So we haven't seen these ones for, I think, a while. We definitely didn't get any of them last night, I don't think. So fun. We get to go back to Oregon and KAFE. No more Villa here, at least for the first match, Cthulhu.
Yeah, it's the fun times when the Villa is not being presented to us, at least in the first matchup. I mean, for both of those map picks, these are the comfort picks here for both of the teams. I mean, Oregon has been picked multiple times already by Skyfire, and last time they did it was against Shadownet, where they were able to just clean sweep 7-2 them, which pretty much resulted in just it was 7 rounds in a row. It was pretty much Skyfire were unstoppable, whereas Ferox, they took what was before Blessed, now Bitter Hams, to Oregon last time, and that was a 7-3 scoreline as well, so somewhat similar outcome there. And KAFE was one of the rather favorable for Ferox, where it was a 7-4 against Shadownet, so still pretty good showcase overall.
Yeah, and another big thing as well is that, well, both teams have some VOD footage to go over for their opponents here. They can check out kind of how they play. So, you know, if they've done their homework, they'll have a good chance to show it off here for both sides. And it's going to be important, because we've been saying how important this matchup is, how close it's going to be. And both teams would be disappointed with a draw, I'd say. I mean, obviously it's better than getting 2-0'd, but if you're only getting 1 point, you're only ending up tied anyway with, you know, your opponents in this match and someone else. So, yeah, you want to be the team that breaks away with a 2-0. You want to be the team that gets ahead of Bazaar and doesn't have to worry about this 3-way tie that's currently going on in the 3rd and 4th place spots that are so important.
Yeah, and even if it's going to be a draw, yeah, the whole 3-way tie is just going to move up 1 position higher on the leaderboard, as this at that point it's just going to be a contention for the 2nd place, if not the 1st place after that. But yeah, the 2-0 is definitely much needed between the two teams, so I don't think either of them will be content with a draw. So it's going to be just a full-on play, but to be honest, with the way how forces have been matched up so far, I reckon we still might end up seeing a draw between these two teams.
Yeah, well, there's only one way to find out, and we are through the ban phase now, Cthulhu, so let's jump right into map number 1 here on Oregon. It's Skyfire versus Ferox. This one's brought to you by Vodafone, so jumping into it, I want to touch on something we saw in the bans here, because Thatcher's out, Kaid's out, Maverick's out, so there is going to be some dancing to be done if there is any, there's not as much opportunity for the vertical breaches, so no Bandit being picked up just yet. In fact, actually, Mirror also slipping through. So there's a whole lot going on here through the draft phase if Mirror gets locked in, which she does.
Yeah, a whole lot of really interesting picks to come through. You are very correct here, Smite. Yeah, first of all, the Kaid ban is one of those very interesting ones, and rather more of a counter pick against some of the teams, given that Kaid had seen so much usage during Oregon plays from a fair few teams, so it's only logical to see him out from this matchup. Thatcher, in general, at this point, he's one of those ops that is loved to be banned. And yeah, he just provides an easy clearance of, say, Bandit batteries, mute jammers, and etc. And for Maverick, I mean, Maverick has also been used fairly frequently on Oregon so far, almost similarly how he was used for the Clubhouse. where he would use his torch to open up just full-on chunks of wall, allow just pretty much unprecedented access to any areas as long as the team does manage to cover. So here with him out, it's all down to the Thermite and the Hibana, and they will have to be pretty much worrying mainly about against the Mute and as well as that the Bandit batteries. But for that, Skyfire are bringing in the Kali with her lances.
Yeah, so actually quite a lot that Skyfire can play around with here. They're going to focus a lot on the stairs here already. Smacker trying to toy with what they can get done down there, but they see the defense. They're going to move around it right now. They really want to get the breach on that hatch. That is really what they're focused on. It's going to go off without a hitch, though, of course. Pretty hard to deal with that one. So this is where you're going to probably see Skyfire focus a lot of their attack on. If they can hold this hatch, find a way to get anyone taken out from the start, that's a great way to enter into it. And there it goes. Sequence from downtown takes out Sushi as well. It doesn't need the hatch for that one.
Yeah, getting rid of Sushi fairly early on is a good thing. First of all, you get rid of the high rate of fire machine gun, as well as that the usage of the Maestro cameras that could be an absolute nuisance to deal with. So huge thing here to quickly get rid of, as well as that there's not going to be any congestion in that electrical box there just outside of supply room. So easy free real estate for Smacker. So for now, the next hurdle is the fact that from here on out, Ferox can set up some phenomenal crossfires, and well, as I blabber about that, the sequence doesn't seem to be phased in any shape or form, but so is Warden with that C4.
Yeah, I mean, that's one way to take out a sniper. Oh, well, it just keeps going, though, but Skyfire finding a few more kills, so losing Kali, kind of annoying, of course, but Sequence already done his job. He's already picked off so many members of Ferox, too, in fact, and the plant's going down, there's peaks happening, but none of it really matters here, because Skyfire, they already won about 1 or 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, Skyfire starting things off real well. Just being able to really pincer each and every one of those operators of Ferox and being able to isolate them into 1v1s. Definitely has done just about the right job there for the team. And, well, we are going to be seeing Ferox just not even bother with really retrying Laundry. It was pretty much a full-on snowball effect there, so they'll need to kind of reassess their performance before they will make a comeback there.
I want to know how that C4 got him, actually. How they found Sequence with it, because that was probably a really funny kill, to be honest. You can see the players chatting about it as well, but nonetheless, though, the overall story from that round one was, yeah, it was very much in the control of Skyfire. A lot of that coming down to Sequence, just picking off 2 people very easily. Of course, going down to the C4 is never nice, but the other good news as well is that, well, Skyfire, they got a pretty solid push afterwards. They, of course, had the numbers advantage, but they didn't let it get to them. They didn't get too overconfident. They just cleaned it out afterwards, nice and easily, not leaving any room for clutches. So it's just a solid start. There's not really much more else to say. Just Sequence finding some really great shots and a lot of breaches as well, going off without a hitch. Really nice for Skyfire, but we'll give Ferox another go. They're going to be on another site as well, so it's going to be a pretty different round, I imagine. But this is also going to be a big difference. Oh, he changes his mind.
Yeah, Todd after getting droned out and pretty much showcasing exactly where you could be peeking at, Skyfire decided to promptly switch around his position and go to the top of the tower, where he could run disruption for quite a fairly long while, especially with his ERC-7 being able to block out the sightlines for the drones. Should be a pretty solid beginning. Curious, though, how will Sequence deal with that, with his SPSMG as well as the Kali Sniper, because this is where the grand test is going to come through. This is where Skyfire could be actually able to really make things work. Already being able to mask his position and able to shoot out the drone is certainly going to set up Todd in a very powerful position here.
Yeah, no idea where he is, but Sequence is not going to fall for it. He's just going to wait, try and play the peeking game, going to be hanging around the window. It's going to be pretty important to see who wins this fight, because of course we saw, pardon me, we saw how important it was with Sequence last round, but there it is. It is going to be Sequence to come out on top here as Todd drops to the ground. Probably not going to be picked up here in this round.
Yeah, but the only good thing about the fact that Todd was able to stay for that long, he was able to drain quite a fair bit of time. I mean, almost half a round completely gone, and only now Skyfire are going to start focusing on whether they want to push, whether they want to advance. And Warden up next, could very much be able to actually get the play going, as well as that could very much be able to detonate that shield. And well, he does actually manage to find a shot onto Sequence.
Yeah, that's massive. The fact that he found Sequence just using the Vulcan shield basically like a mirror as well. So really excellent play, catching him completely, walking him into his trap basically. So slowing that one down even further, just like Todd did. He still has the Vulcan shield to blow up when he needs to run for it. He's going to be killing drones. Here he should be able to back out of it pretty easily, but he's going to hold the line just a little bit longer, but he's going to have to be real careful with a lot of these peaks. But C4 out the window will not find anything at all just yet, but Warden is sticking around for a while here. Smacker gonna peek through the wall, but will be very punished for it as he drops down to the ground. But Ku has found Deptra, so maybe Skyfire can still complete this one just yet. They've still got 3 members still alive, and someone could get Smacker back up.
Yeah, I mean, that gas grenade should be able to close it out pretty quickly. There's quite a bit of a rush actually coming through. Warden picks up 1, nearly gets a 2, but no, Archie will be able to shut him down. Sushi on the crossfire is able to clean things up. 10 seconds remaining. Those gas grenades are all but extinguished there by Shade, but a nice shot there. We'll be seeing him to be traded out with only 1 second remaining, 2 seconds remaining. Ferox just only being able to clutch it out by a second away, and Sushi as the last man standing to find the final frag.
Man, how many shots did Sushi take there? I think maybe 1 or 2, but it would have been close. Really down to the wire in that one, but hey, Ferox bring it back. They draw up the series. They did end up draining down quite a lot of the time from Skyfire. Like you mentioned, even Todd, even though he did go down, he did use up half the round. And it did end up biting Skyfire. They had to rush near the end and run in to where a smoke had one of the doors completely shut down. So it got incredibly tight near the end. But yeah, they did manage to pull it out. But we're going to go to a new site. We're going to go down to the meeting hall in the kitchen and yet again see if Ferox can continue this one. Because that one, even though they won it, it's a whole lot closer than when Skyfire won it.
Yeah, the way how Skyfire were able to win out the first round was definitely a very good way to set up the pace, to be able to just showcase their general kind of approach for it and general way of how much aggression are they willing to really include here. And well, they are very much definitely keen to show all the aggression and kind of almost put all of their cards on the table just to make sure that they would get all the advantage here against Ferox, because I don't think even Skyfire would be saying that they were overly confident, because this is by far one of their rather tougher opponents, I reckon.
Oh yeah, I mean, both teams should be showing a lot of respect to each other right now. They know how much it means. They know where they're both power ranked right now. None of them should be thinking, hey, we're just better than these other guys. They're going to come in here and earn it, and we'll see how that goes. Just want to shout out as well, Warden last round on that Goyo, also putting in a ton of value to that. So we'll see if he gets a similar kind of hold here again. Taking out Sequence was a huge amount of value, but here he is back on the Kali. So we'll see if here on round number 3, whether he's going to live or get taken out a little early on, if we can pull out more of that Sequence value we saw back on round 1.
Yeah, interestingly enough, the way how Kali's lance works, you can actually, on some of the rather thinner surfaces, you can actually shoot it out before it even detonates. I think it was Macy J showing it initially on Twitter as well. So there are a few ways to really jiggle around with tricking out that lance of Kali. So yeah, Todd could have been able to maybe try to extinguish all 3 of her lances before even any breach will be done. But knowing that most of the mute jammers are already there. He's just going to promptly fall back. Sushi, though, having a very nice angle, very tight one as well, to be able to get rid of Jigsaw, and that is one of the star players as well of that roster. So that is also the aggressor, that is Ash, quickly gone.
Yeah, but it did leave Sushi's position quite revealed, so the rest of Skyfire pop in and Archie picks up that kill. Deptra, though, has, on the other side of the map, found Smacker, so that's a nice little roam pick up there for Ferox. Nice and happy to snag that one, and now this is going to be pretty hard. They got some time to work out how they're going to do this 3v4. It would end up going pretty well. They know that he's here, but of course, they know that he knows, so we're going to go for that little peeking dance. Deptra still on the roam. He's going real far away from the site here, going for a big rotate. So he may be able to catch someone out here, but he has to be careful to not get caught out on his own. He may be able to get some real big value here.
If he's able to play his cards right and able to deny maybe some of the drones, maybe some of the pushes, this could be huge. That crossfire between Todd and Warden could be absolutely nuts as well, because right now this whole angle has been completely cut off, and the moment one of the attackers will try to jump through it, it's pretty much a death sentence for them. So promptly deciding to fall back is a good idea, but oh, there's a nice thin angle there held by Shade, and that is leaving Sequence all alone.
Yeah, Gali, one of the more awkward operators to try and pull off his clutch rounds, especially with only 5 seconds left, so he's probably just going to try and keep his honor intact, or no, maybe not, but at least he's not a coward. At least he can run away, so he does stick around to be taken out at the end, but pretty smooth, clean round there by Ferox, all things considered, so props to them. A lot more one-sided, I'd say, than what we saw back on round 2. So they should be pleased with how that one went. They're going to get to retry Laundry and Supply to see if they can actually pick up a win on this defense around here. Because last time that happened, it was Sequence picking apart their defense from the start. So let's see if that can be changed. Let's see if they don't get caught off guard by that.
Yeah, I mean, this time it seems that Ferox has kind of figured out, maybe had the first round jitters there, should be able to pick up a round. But yeah, the way how Skyfire approached it, if they will have the same amount of ferocity or same amount of ability to really just isolate some of those gunfights, it is going to be their round to claim once again. But now it's only a single round differential, so for Ferox, it's maybe a little bit too early to celebrate on some of their wins. So at the very least, they're keeping Jigsaw on the donut throughout 3 rounds already, so that is already a good showcase that they're able to shut down some of their key players.
Yeah, I mean, Skyfire would really like an opportunity for Jigsaw to pop off. He's a very high value operator once he gets rolling, but yeah, shutting him down, real nice for Ferox here. Of course, we're going to mention the Clash coming in. That's going to change things up a little bit. I kind of like it because it gives them the opportunity to move out very risk-free, to go and pop out, have a look, see what's going on, and importantly, see where Sequence is set up. If they can find that, then so much of the risk is going to be removed from those Kali shots.
Yeah. Warden's shield is actually not going to fully protect him, at least from those Kali shots as well, because the beauty of that sniper rifle as well is that it can force the shield to be flinched in a similar way how the concussion grenades of Sophia forces Clash to flinch that around. So yeah, this is going to be a very direct way to really counter Warden. The moment there's going to be 1 or 2 people peeking the very same angle. Nice duo push meanwhile by Skyfire as well to ensure that they have full control of meeting room and nobody will be at least early in the round pushing them. But apart from that, yeah, it's so far it's just a game of prep, as I don't think Warden's position has been well, now it has been spotted. Okay.
Yeah, that drone definitely turned and take a look. So now everything's kind of aware, but the important thing is they know what's going down in that tunnel. They can see both Sequence and Archie. They have identified them, so they should at least be able to keep their attention for quite a while, drain down that time. We can see already half the round has been run down, so as long as they don't get a chance to really just take any shots that they want, find any one-shots, then this is exactly what Ferox fine with. They are happy to just sit here and run that clock down. But Smacka has made some pretty decent progress, and he is going to be rewarded for it with a kill.
Yeah, that was a very solid peek onto Sushi. Once again, it started off on the first round with the death of the Maestro, and this time it's going to happen that again. Warden being pressured even more with those flashbangs. It's Jigsaw trying to go in for the peek, but Deptra is there to assist with the push. Warden needs to keep his ground and stand it very clearly. Warden now will have to fall back as that gas grenade might be damaging him a little bit. Oh, there's some damage. The team damage also coming out. It's just a full chaos there for the class player. But Todd on the flank is able to actually get rid of Smacka, and that is some pressure alleviated from the electric box.
But now we still have just over 30 seconds. This is enough time for Skyfire to go in and make the push. They've dropped Deptra down to the ground as well. The Jaeger now is still going to be a problem, but not a whole lot of health either. They're pushing Warden to the brink of death as well. He's just about down. They've oh no, they've lost Jigsaw in sequence though. That is going to be the real disaster. Now it's only 15 seconds. And Kubrian can't do anything to the clash. Archie has to try and find a different angle. Just kidding, Kubrian does find someone, but it is only Deptra, who didn't really have any health anyway. Archie is finding the plant during all of this, but that is a rough time to do it because Todd and Shade cleaned up the rest.
Todd's flank right close to the end of the round was just the right thing that Ferox needed, because Warden was doing a phenomenal job there for himself as a Clash player and was able to slow down so many pushes, to slow down so much of the utility usage. It was actually just incredible by him. And then Todd on that flank being able to shut down Smeka, take full contention of the meeting hall, and then drop down for the flank. It was just the very nice icing on the cake there for Ferox to really take the round. And yeah, this is showing, first of all, that Ferox are so far quite skilled at being able to pull off those late round rotations, have that really good coordination, have that good chemistry as well, because the sheer amount of times when we saw at the very least Deptra play off Warden's shield was also very, very well executed.
Yeah, not to mention as well just how long Warden stayed alive. He just got, he made it to pretty much the end. So I mean, even breathing in all that gas from the gas grenade, somehow still living through all of that. I mean, I don't know how he did it, but even at the end with a slither of health, still not dying. So shout out to him, making a lot of value there, just all the way to the end of the round. But yeah, there it is, Ferox. Yet another round picked up. It really feels like they've got their footing. We did have a lot of really high hopes for these guys at the start of the season, and it did feel like they took a bit to get rolling here, but now here in week 5, against arguably one of their tougher opponents, they are starting to really get this one going. And they have a while to close it out, but I feel like this is going to be a really strong showing by them.
Yeah, this is a really, really powerful showcase here by Ferox so far, but they're not out of this yet. It's just the beginning of the whole of the matchup. I mean, only 4 rounds passed, but still, yeah, I mean, already sequence being that low from a peak that was, I believe, yeah, from Todd, and not even at the top of the tower, and he's able to make a rotation there. It's just that's a salt on the wound that sequence now has, because not only he wasn't able to catch that pulse off guard, they were able to also fully reinforce, and so now this is where the main issue is going to come around.
Yeah, I mean, apart from flat out just getting the kill, it's about as well as you could really ask for the opening to be. So Ferox stoked with how that one went. They know exactly what's going on with how Skyfire are approaching this one. They have split up a little bit here, but you've got 4 people pushing here in tower. And of course, Sequence's health bar going down too. So Warden, last time he held this position for a very long time. See if he can do it again. He's already dropped 1 Vulcan shield though, so he does have an extra one this time, but that one maybe not going to buy as much time, but maybe he doesn't need to, as he just pops out to finish off the job and take out Sequence.
Sure will be, and will still be able to hold his ground pretty well. More flashbangs being thrown around. This is all just feeling like a repetition of how Brazilian Rainbow Six was played a few weeks ago. But finally, Warden will be falling down to the hands of Archie, or at the very least down for now. Smacka, meanwhile, off-screen will be getting rid of Shade, actually continuing his streak. It's a glorified 4v2 with Warden still down. Sushi getting tagged up quite substantially as well from all of those gunfights, and this is not looking like a good day here for Ferox. Finally, Warden will be finished off there by Kubrian as well, and down to Todd and Sushi, who will need to clutch it out against the onslaught of three fully healthy, might I add, operators of Skyfire.
Yeah, but I mean, Sushi's already got a little bit of value, which is quite nice. Todd's got the intel on where pretty much everyone on Skyfire is, so they've got the Pika's advantage, but it's maybe not enough. They do trade one, though, but Todd now has to get this 1v2 done. C4 finds nothing, so now he's got to get it done the old-fashioned way and go and click on some heads. So running up the stairs, unfortunately, even with the plant going down, there are two people, and so Skyfire closed that one out.
Yeah, Skyfire managed to make a very swift kind of re-evaluation of all of their performance and just kind of reassess where they want to push, how they want to push, and got the round back into their hands. So very nicely done by them, as now it's round 6 for them. They still have a chance to turn it into a draw for the first half, which is definitely going to be hurting Ferox's chances of getting the upper hand on Skyfire's map pick, but nonetheless, the advantage is still there for a point. So Skyfire will need to really get their plays on the go.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
Yeah, but it is definitely showing that this one can go just either way on each of these rounds. It did come down to a lot from that tunnel hold. Unfortunately, Ward getting pinned down, but I mean, Warden did his job for sure. He got one pick before going down himself, but they definitely cleaned up that push pretty quickly there for Skyfire, despite the strong opening from Ferox. So that's another thing, is that they still managed to pull out a pretty solid round win there, despite kind of being slowed down, giving Ferox pretty much everything that Ferox would like. That's a lot of ADS in one spot there as well, which is quite interesting. But Deptra, yeah, he's going to be continuing his roam here today. Had mediocre success so far, so like not terrible, but definitely not those like PogChamp Deptra games that you sometimes see. Not yet, at least.
Yeah, Skyfire definitely will need to get a few of their efforts done on a much quicker basis, given the fact that they had a few issues here and there. Some of their performances, as I don't think they're expecting a Deptra. They did hear some footsteps, but Deptra is making a very prompt fallback with the fact that there is a drone and an angry Hibana there kind of on a roam clear, and well, no results will be found apart from just a lost drone there to a few shots. So instead, we're just going to be seeing a fairly clean, uncontested breach into meeting hall without a whole lot of time being really wasted. Around just about a minute, and well, still plenty of time for Skyfire to go in for the push. But ooh, this is where interesting things might be happening. Todd is on the trick around with the meat jam.
Yeah, although they're onto him for sure as they break the floor beneath them. Although he is still hanging out. I mean, he's pinned down for sure. They know what's going on, so it's time for the last ditch effort. It's Plan X. Although he puts it away. He puts Plan X away and he punishes for it. Oh, you should have gone for Plan X. But Smacker will be the one to pick that one up. That's quite nice for Skyfire. They've now got half the round to work out how this 5v4 is going to go, but maybe it's just going to be a 4v4 instead.
Yeah, 4v4 instead is pretty good. There's still Warden who can play very nicely up in around the attic, so that is an added pressure where Skyfire weren't able to really make any performances done in their previous attempt at the kitchen and meeting hall. So this is definitely quite a nice progression for them. Smacker with a bit of a rampage downstairs will be getting rid of the downstairs roam, and well, so far Skyfire definitely looking like they learning on their own mistakes, but can they pass through Shade, Sushi, and Warden who are all together quite powerful, but there's quite a few trades, but Skyfire are just way too powerful, way too organized right now, and feeling quite activated, so we are going to be seeing a draw to come around in the first half.
Yeah, cleaning that one up pretty easily there near the ends. They set it up quite nicely for themselves, got a pretty good position. Really nice to come out of that half, because it did feel like things were starting to get out of control with Ferox, but nice to pull it back there and pull it back with some nice solid rounds as well. So now we get to swap things up, swap the sides, and see how each team are going to be doing now on their respective opposites. You can already take a look at the defense. We're going upstairs again. This is the first time we'll see Mirror going upstairs, or maybe it won't be, as I get baited by the 6th pick again. Seems to happen quite a lot. But Wamai is going to be coming into the party. Always a fun little operator throw in there. Very versatile in what he can pull out.
Yeah, Wamai's overall loadout, including his utility, is quite flexible. Comparative to even Jaeger, he is able to keep kind of that grenade denial in his pockets and just continuously regenerate that, so that is a very solid attribute to him. Plus, his general weaponry is quite nice as well, both secondary and primary wise. For primary, you have two very good variants, which is either AUG or the MP5K. Both weapons are just, they're good for their own kind of niche. And then pistol wise, you have the P12 from the German squad, or you have the Keratos that the Italians are wielding. So again, some real fine weapons to play around. And just in general, looking at the general setup of the roster, we're seeing the mute pick as well. I'm surprised that we haven't seen a bandit a whole lot, given that he's probably going to be having a much easier time denying some of the breaches, but maybe it's the fact that there's just an extra something on denying the drones is what really kind of setting those two breach denial operators apart.
Yeah, the no bandit was a bit of a surprise. I thought that would come out a little more with how the bans went, but I mean, here we are. We haven't seen it yet. Maybe it has time to show up, but let's take a look here now, as it's Ferox's first opportunity to go on the attack here. Warden is trying to see if he can put a hole here for the breach to make it nice and easy. Deptra is going to be checking it out. They've got drones on the other side, so everything should be pretty clean for them to move through. Of course, Deptra taking all that little bit of damage is kind of annoying for Ferox. They would have liked to have him at full health, but I mean, hey, you can't have everything you want.
Yeah, true. Can't really have everything, but what they can have is just quite a whole lot of damage that Ku was able to actually dish out to Warden as well whilst he was trying to repel. So this is right now looking like a bit of a sloppy performance from Ferox, or rather maybe they just not expecting some of the certain angles being held by Skyfire, and rather Sushi actually going to try to bring out the Kali main in his own kind of iteration here, with playing a little bit more aggressive with some of these angles.
Oh, he was close as well. He almost had that one, but doesn't find it. Deptra too. These are so... It's just teasing right now for Ferox, not getting some of these kills here, but they may be able to find one when they start making these beats. Shade has bounced back. You always love to see that one taking the Legion off the board as well. No more goo mines here are going to be popping out, at least no new ones, but they're going to have to make the final push here on some of these next few rooms. They have a minute to plan it out, but a few of their members kind of low. Warden especially quite low here. Jigsaw just holding the line. Sequence now trying to roam too. But as you can see, there's quite a lot of anchoring being done here on the site by Skyfire. It's going to be a difficult final push here. All three gas bombs are still ready for Archie to throw out at the moment. And there it is. Two goes down too. So this is going to be a pretty rough hold with the three members with Skyfire. But they do have time on this side. But they have to start surviving because Ferox is coming in and slaughtering them. Jigsaw, he gets the kill, but he's lost a lot of health. Him and Sequence have to get the job done. The plant is going down. Time no longer on this side. They've lost Sequence now, all up to Jigsaw. He may be able to snag the kills here if he finds the low health members, but no, he doesn't. The attack will win. Ferox cleaning that one up there.
Yeah, Ferox managed to really bring in the heat. Massive props to Shade for being the one to kind of go in for the initial swings to start getting those frags for the team and being able to really make that difference within the round. Because before he started getting those frags, this is where Ferox were either going for through a very lengthy setup and trying to kind of figure out where the main pressure point would be, or it's just they were kind of still unsure where could be the big pick. Because that lesion in the armory was definitely quite a massive issue to deal with, and thankfully for Ferox, not so thankfully for Skyfire, they were able to really get him out of there fairly swiftly. So maybe a retry here is going to be done by Skyfire, as the only change that they are going to be seeing is the decision to bring in a Maestro rather than a Legion.
Yeah, interesting decision, I'd say. So let's see how they play it out. Grabbing a little bit more intel. Of course, Maestro being a very strong anchor if you want to play him that way. So we'll see how they pull it out here. Ferox, it was a little bit sloppy at the start as we saw some of their health bars drop down a little bit, occasionally from some of their own actions even. But they still managed to pull it out, which is quite worrying, I'd say, for Skyfire. A little bit annoying for them because they could have picked up some of those kills at the start, which could have made the round very different. Could have, in fact, been them being the 4 instead of being the 3. So, yeah, I mean, now that Ferox have a chance to not have that happen, not fumble around and lose a whole lot of health at the start of the round, they could maybe even take it even more one-sided.
Yeah, I mean, the one-sided factor could be there, but I wouldn't call it just off the single execution of the defense by Skyfire. I still reckon they might have all that is needed to really deny some of the plays. I like the readaptation here by Kubrian to kind of ensure to try to maybe deny some more breaching, as that is going to be actually muted, so Deptra will need to have one more breaching charge from Warden to try to deny that mute charge, because apart from that there's going to be no breaching, so they will be funneled through a very tight choke points, and this is the last thing that Ferox would want here, with them just so far just slowly but surely just cleaning out all of this utility and just trying to kind of get by it.
Man, that was such a high value jam. Kubrian finding that one. That is potentially just going to win the round for them there. They can hold the lines here at the end. It's now gone down halfway through the round. 2 kills. Shade and Deptra now falling. Definitely no more hard breaching at all. Not that he had much left anyway, but now this is a tough task for Ferox here. They're going to have to get some pretty monstrous peaks here, and you can imagine Skyfire have all the angles held. There's no hard breaching. There's, I mean, the Maestro cams as well. They just have so much advantage here. Ferox, I mean, they've got a minute to plan out how they're going to do it, but, I mean, good luck.
Now, I wasn't too sure about some of the face checking that Sushi did, because there was still, I believe, a drone in his pocket, so he would have been able to get some frags. But apart from that, yeah, things are definitely looking quite dicey here for Ferox. They might be able to pick up a few frags, just like Sushi did there with a nice headshot onto Jigsaw. And with that said, it's back to a 3v2, still fairly workable, but with 40 seconds left to go, not all of the options are starting to get extinguished here. Sushi waiting for Warden to rendezvous, because right now he's the solo picker, and right now he's taking a whole lot of damage to the point that he is going to die. And the last man standing is Warden with just about 25-24 HP against quite a healthy squad of SKF. So not a whole lot of options are going to be there. And to think that a single mute jammer is all that it took to really slow down the push, it's actually quite phenomenal.
Yeah, it's almost a little, I mean, you've got to imagine Ferox kind of kicking themselves for it, because it's not like they didn't know that this is a possibility. They were dealing with it before, so unfortunately they let it slip by. And a really good play by Kubrian to just jump on that opportunity as well, just throw it out there, and if it works well. So really happy to pick up that one there. Going to be really pleased with that round. But now we move on to it. I can't imagine Ferox are going to let that happen again. Of course, we're moving sites, but you know, things like that are just going to be on all kind of sites. So they definitely have to keep these sort of things in the back of their mind right now. Definitely not let it happen again.
Yeah, and being now at a 4-4 scoreline, this is looking quite close once again between the two teams. I'm curious though, how will map number 2 play out after we'll be seeing the conclusion of this one, because we saw a few times when map number 1 was a very close one. You would see it's almost back and forth, and then the map number 2, it just seems that the other team is very much demoralized and just unable to find any closure really. And so maybe we could see that, or maybe we will be seeing a kind of quick break for a couple players, just and get them recuperated, get them ready for map number 2, and get them up and running for some more action. And maybe we'll be seeing map number 2 to be another action-packed game. But for now, we're just going to be still going through map 1, as it is a 4-apiece scoreline on round number 9. Curious how will Ferox and how will Skyfire really deal with their opponents, because this is most definitely looking like a very well-matched battle here.
Yeah, it's super tight. It's likely to go to overtime if things keep going this way. Let's hold our breath a little bit, because we are sitting here on round 9 again. Archie here going to be playing the mute this time. See if he can get the high value jammer. Well, a Sequence may want to back out from this position, does not want to be caught out early on the dock. For sure, he does have that hatch to jump down through if he needs to, so he should be safe and shouldn't be caught out here yet. So, all things considered, pretty good so far at the moment, but here we have Deptra sitting right by the site, going to be able to set up the breach pretty easily here, pretty uncontested.
Yeah, again, no bandit is yet to be seen there between the two teams, just waiting for that to happen, because that bandit trick could have stopped it very easily and very quickly, but alas, that was not meant to happen, at least maybe just yet, as we do see a very nice, very quick breach. And whoa, Warden, that is a bit of a misplay, nearly losing his life there due to a bit of a odd peak, but finally we'll be able to get that breach start going. And well, that's a bit of a heated gunfight between him and what I believe is Archie.
Yeah, I mean, Warden is lucky to still have his life at the moment, so unfortunately he doesn't have a dock, so he will be on low health for the remainder of the round, but I mean, he can still make it work, he can still find something to get some surprise kills here, still be able to bring some value. A lot of drones coming now onto the side, they see exactly what they need to see, they've started to move in, and Deptra's already found one. It's now a 5v3, so we're looking pretty good here, but Sequence gets one back here. Kubright was 2 pinned down, and he gets eliminated, and so now it should be just the rest to clean up here with Ferox. Sequence healing himself. Smacker, I mean, he's been having an amazing game so far, but on this Oryx, he's going to have to rotate back onto the site. Warden and Deptra, as Deptra gets back up, both very low.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser. Attackers.
Yeah, right now this is going to be quite tough, actually, for both rosters there, albeit that the plant is going to be pretty well held there, but Sequence is going to get shut down. Fantastic shot by Sushi as well to just shut down that long angle that the Doc was trying to hold. And right now down to Smack. I mean, he can try to make some of the rotation holes with his own body, but not a whole lot of health exactly after that. So whilst being on 25 HP, at the very least, he still has plenty of ammunition to run through to try to stop some of the attackers. But with time running low, there's not a whole lot of things going to be done. He's just going to promptly fall back and just maybe discuss with the team as to what can be done, what should be done, and how can they get their mentality back into the game.
Come on, jump up the hatch. Charge him. Don't be a coward.
Do something.
Attackers win.
Yeah, so sad. Oh well. They do drop it there at the end. Nice, clean little execute coming out with Skyfire there to hold that one. I mean, easy, very important to pick up the rounds here. It's getting closer and closer to that match point. So that's going to be quite tight. If Ferox can pick this round up, I mean, of course, it'd be, a round streak starting to start, but also that match point. Remember how important this first one is. It basically sets up your team for a good enough result at the very least here at the end. Both teams could be okay with a draw, but the 2-0 would be devastating. So to lose the first map puts you in that pressure. So we finally get the Bandit to come out here. We'll see if it does manage to pull out all the value that we're hoping it may have been able to pull out in the last, 10 rounds?
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
9 rounds.
Yeah, 9 rounds. Honestly, this has been probably a huge nail biter for even both of the teams, really. Only a single round differential, even after the fact that we've seen the first half conclude in a draw as well. This is looking like the chances of the overtime very much be on the table here. But Laundry, for now, at hand, will be played out defensively by Skyfire to see how things could work out for them here. And interestingly enough, yet another attempt to bring in the Mirror. Last time we saw it was only on round number 1, and well, Mirror didn't particularly really work out there. So maybe a Skyfire iteration of that could really bring in the heat. And finally, we do also see the choice of a Bandit.
So we get to have that. Yeah, we get to have that little dance as well. Also want to point out that these Mirrors are in different spots here for Skyfire's defense, so they're already playing that one a little differently. They're holding blue quite differently, but as we can see, Ferox are putting quite a bit of focus into pushing this one. Of course, Sushi can be pretty important if you can find these Bandit batteries, if you can get those shots off to get the thermite charge to go off. This is just going to make the dance just a little bit more fun, a little bit more fun.
Yeah, Cobrian is able to really get that banditry going. Will not be able to rotate quickly enough to deny that breach. So at the very least, he should be able to deny the supply room breach, which is still, won't be even able to do that, which is funnily enough. But Samaka is able to return some fire and take out the Kali, the person who was running that disruption for all of the utilities. So solid start here for Skyfire, but same as for Ferox, as Sequence is now going down, and that is one of the C4 users off the board as well.
Yeah, Ferox have got the doors down that they need to. They got all the breaches down, so despite being the first team to lose someone, they can trade it back, and now they can hold down these pretty great positions. They've got half the round to finish off droning, make sure they find out where every member of Skyfire are standing, and just pin them down like this. Hold down the door that they're standing in front of. They're also toying with planting, and here it comes. Todd was waiting. He just snaps the trap shut immediately. So many low health members now for Skyfire. Jigsaw, Ku, both very low. Even just falling down on the ground. Todd is eating up. The plant, again, just already being completed this time. And now Jigsaw on almost no health. This should be a Ferox round win, and it should be Ferox picking up the match points. And now Skyfire are going to be sweating.
Yeah, now for Skyfire, this is going to be quite a tall ask to make that big push, because so far it's been quite a bit of a game of trade, even though we saw both teams to kind of trade out a few streaks, namely Ferox were able to get themselves a 3-round streak, then Skyfire with a double to even things out. So yeah, right now Ferox were definitely looking a little bit stronger than Skyfire, but it would also not go without saying that Skyfire has so far been giving Ferox a run for their money.
Yeah, I mean, both teams, they're having to work for these rounds, for sure. Are we not going to see the mirror? Okay, no, it's going to be my show instead. All right, no, that's cool, because we're upstairs in the kids' dorms in the main hall, but now it's actually going to be a dock to be swapped over here, so maybe we could be seeing a greedy little peek here. I mean, this is sometimes these match point rounds are the ones where you do the cheesy things. You go for things like spawn peaks or runouts. And I don't know if Skyfire are going to do it, but I mean, maybe Ferox should be ready for it. But you know, they've had some pretty good rounds in a row now. The executes are looking pretty clean. They're getting some pretty good frags. They're even actually winning some of the rounds from behind as well. As we saw them win that one, despite not even getting the first frag. They've just got some really good breaches. So Ferox are showing that they have got some good consistency to be likely to win this next one here on match point. And that's not even to think of, you know, the pressure it means for Skyfire. They're going to go through overtime if they want to win here. And even then, they still got to get there by winning 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah, 2 rounds in a row is, it sounds like a fairly easy thing to do. I mean, what is there, really? You just get a couple frags here and there for your team, and that's it. You win a round. But no, it's definitely going to be a very tall order there for Skyfire. And the way how they peak their operators as well, it's also quite a good reflection as to what their playstyle is like. If you remember, Ferox were bringing in quite a whole lot of utility, quite a whole lot of synergy between some of the operators. Whereas this time we saw an attempt to maybe bring in a Mute or a Maestro, but instead Smacker just prompted out for a Doc, which is showing for a bit more of a aggressive style, a bit more of maybe more of a extra solo playability for him to be able to frag out. Whereas Ferox would always go in for some of the operators that can synergize well for their teammates, utility-wise, gunfight-wise, and being able to really hold out some of the anchor positions. So just that kind of slight note that ended up catching my eye.
I think Sequence got to see at least 2 members, maybe all 3 here, so that's a lot of information now. Jigsaw also took a bit of damage, but Smack is already there to heal him up, so not really even gaining anything from that. Half the round now down for this Ferox attack here on match point, so they've got to get a little bit more progress done here if they want to really start getting in for the execute. Kubrian's got to be a little careful, as well as Archie as well, but they're both anchoring down pretty hard. You also see Jigsaw just around the corner, so he's looking to spring a trap. And then, of course, you've got Todd, who is hanging super far back here, looking to probably lock down some pretty nutty angle from all the way back there. But the breach now going off without really any kind of problem.
Yeah, no issues with the breach. A bit of maybe an oversight by Skyfire to be able to deny it in any shape or form or not bring it in a bandit, which I'm actually going to be curious to ask whoever's going to win and whoever we're going to get for the interview. But yeah, for now, it seems like Shader's going to be going for quite a wide swing as well with his Capitao, as just like he did before. No frags though whatsoever from either side.
Oh no!
Just what I say that.
Oh, good Brian. Oh yeah. Man, running over Claymore, doing it in match point round as well. 20 seconds now. Ferox the 5v4. Time to make the push, boys, as they go in to potentially win this map. But no, they're just walking into the jaws of defeat. And Skyfire just welcomed them in. But it's still a 2v3. 5 seconds to go. The point is happening. Morton has to really help Deptra, make sure he stays alive. But no, Deptra goes down. So does Warden, and Skyfire keep it alive here for round 11.
Yeah, there we go. Skyfire managing to get their pace, get their momentum back up and running. Able to score round number 11 into their hands. And now we are back to round 12. Full regulation of the usual rounds will be played out here on Oregon for the first map. And, well, this round is going to be the decider, whether we will be seeing Ferox prevail here and grab themselves at least a single point, or we will be seeing an overtime to come out and Skyfire to push it for just another attempt for maybe 2 to 3 more rounds.
Still a do or die round here for Skyfire. Cannot drop this one. Ferox, I mean, they don't want to go to overtime at all, so they'll be feeling similar, but at least they've locked it in already. But heading down onto the basement, this has been a very, say, volatile match, volatile site here for the defenders. I don't think it's had much of a success rate. The Bandit did show up here last time. Let's see if they do hold it similarly. They are not running a mirror this time, so it's going to be a different hold elsewhere, but the blue tunnel is going to be very similar, and you can probably tell that Skyfire are putting a little more attention into it. They are going to have to do something about the fact that they're going to run between these two walls here. You can't have one bandit cover both of them.
10 seconds to insertion.
Yeah, they'll need to play a bit more of a flexible game there between their bandit and their mute, maybe. But curious whether that will be the case, because so far, I mean, it's fairly easy for, say, Ferox, sorry, not for Ferox, for Skyfire to jiggle around even the mute jammers, because usually you would have to get depth from either one position to another. So whilst one of them tricks it out, the other one is able to set up their mute jammers or bandit tricking in a very fashionable way. So maybe a bit of a oversight there by Ferox for not bringing in a dual hard breach, but maybe there's just another opening for a fragging position that Todd managed to pick up. So there's going to be a very quick and very nice setup. Very nice mute trick as well, as now Deptra will be just kind of walking around thinking, oh, where do I want to go? Where do I want to go try to plant this, as Sushi may need to use yet another lance here to try to just get that breach going, and oh nope, that's not helping. Sushi needs to really get rid of that mute jammer. There it is. Will be finally the breach coming through. So now the next thing is to get rid of that bandit on that position, and that is going to be a very tough one.
Yeah, last time it fell pretty quickly after the first wall, but I don't expect that to happen this time as well. How many Kali charges, lances do we have left? But
I think only one.
Yeah, they're going to have to really be on top of this one if they want to get the second breach here. But you can already see they're really wrapping around here. If they get the second breach here, it's going to be pretty massive. Here it goes. It looks like it is going to go off. So now they've got all these super duper delicious angles. It's just about what they do with it here with only 1 minute to go.
I mean, this is, considering the way how Skyfire had pretty much nearly the whole side on lockdown for quite a long while, this is a pretty nice, pretty swift breach. So Ferox from now on just need to really nail their shots. Kubrian is already quite tagged up, so they just need to find the nice shot on him. Shade, a little bit of a misfire there with his fire arrow, will be slowing down his own teammates and himself from that push. But that should allow Kubrian to really go in for that rotation. Still plenty full of SKF players to really play it out, but finally Shade does manage to really finish off Kubrian. So that is mute gone off board. One of the smoke arrows to come through, and then an attempt to go in for the plant. Maybe a C4 could be thrown in, but no, to no avail. Actually, just a white swing by the bandit, and oh, it's actually Warden that will be picking up Archie, and Todd will be down by Sequence, but straight away traded off by Shade. It's just an absolute trade central, actually, as Smacker does manage to find another shot, but the diffuser has been planted, so the timer is now ticking against the defenders.
Attackers need to protect the diffuser.
Yeah, the 2v3 here. Ferox just have to hold this one here. Just don't drop the ball and they can take it out here. 20 seconds and they've lost Warden. It's possible that Skyfire can stick it in here and bring it to overtime right now. Sushi and Deptra just need to hold on to it. They're going for the defuse. Jigsaw, it's not a bait. He's going for the complete. Just half a second to go and he gets it.
Defender mission.
Cthulhu, let's go to overtime.
Oh my, that was quite literally a second away from being decided into one or another way. But yeah, just like you said, we are going into full overtime here. Smite round 13 to be played out, and it is going to be Ferox to kick things off on attack, with Skyfire continuing their streak on the defense here.
Oh my goodness, this is just the best way to start this round here. On overtime, it's just going to make the stress of dropping map number 1 that much more annoying, that much more impactful here for whoever loses in overtime, because they would have come oh so close. So it's going to be super important here. I mean, the first round of overtime always gets the ball rolling. It puts you immediately on match point. So this one's going to be important to watch. They've also got the momentum here from being on the same sides here, so ideally it should be the peak of both teams here, but so important for the team to pick up the first win here. It locks you into having at least a decent result. It's going to be very important here if they want to grab that 2-0, of course. That is what they're really looking at, because that would allow them to, I mean, temporarily take first spot, but set them up to end the season on the first seed here. They need to grab the 2-0 here, otherwise we just deal with a 3-way tie in second place.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, that tie between these two teams will not be quite preferable by either one of them. So yeah, this is going to be a battle for quite literally each and every round. So far, I mean, Skyfire being able to make a comeback with the last 2 rounds has been quite a phenomenal performance by them. But now in this overtime, both of the teams now need to score 2 more rounds. And well, given that Ferox were just that close from being able to claim the round, well, it's just that if this doesn't set the pace and the general mood for the whole matchup, I don't know what else will.
Oh, Archie, that's a bit of pain there at the start, but luckily Doc has the anti-pain, can just damage him in reverse. But already Flash is now coming into the room. Archie could be in a bit of trouble here, but as long as he keeps his eyes and ears open, he should be all right for now. But luckily it's still full health, everything's still okay. He hasn't lost all his gas grenades or anything. Todd and Deptra are just around the corner, Sushi holding some pretty scary angles as well. So they're going to have to watch out for that as well. You do not want to be losing Archie in this round. You want him near the end for those delicious gas grenades to slow the attackers down.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Attackers will definitely need to be watching out, but thankfully for Ferox, they were able to get the breach fairly quickly, all things considered. Deptra, I believe, still has 1 more Brimstone breach charge, so some more breaching could be done here by members of Ferox. But apart from that, an attempt to maybe flush out one of the players from behind the bunks, and that is Smacker will be quickly connected onto the headshot of Shade. So very nicely done. Very early, well, fairly early beginning. And Sushi also sweeps up Jigsaw as well on the flank. So now the last 3 Skyfire members are on the anchor positions, and those should be flushed out pretty quickly. But Cool might actually be tempted to go in for a flank, but the crossfire sequence will not be resulting in anything. But the SAS brothers are now going to be trying to deal quite some damage.
Poor Deptra. He went for the plant during all the chaos where his team looked secured to take it out. Kubrian's going to try and do something here, but I mean, the plant's going down. Ferox now going to just hold the site, force him to go for the retake. He's probably just going to sprint in here. It's going to be a very, very tough one to get, but I mean, who knows? Maybe. But there it is. First round in overtime, going over to Ferox. Now they've once again got that match point pressure. So here we go back to do or die for Skyfire. They're used to it though. This is no strange feeling for them, so I don't imagine it's going to suddenly mount a crazy amount of pressure on them. So they do have to swap over to attack though, and this is something they haven't been for a few rounds now, and this is a do or die round.
Sure is, Smite. And we're going to be doing it once again, duking it out at the kids' bedroom and the main hall of dorms. This has been so far one of the most picked sites as well by both of the teams and within this matchup. And both of the sides were quite successful for the teams as well. So curious how will this perform, because so far,
Attackers need to
looking at the defense of Ferox, they were able to take a win on the first attempt of Kid's Bedroom, but then Skyfire were able to sweep up on the 5th round the second attempt at the Kid's Bedroom defense. So here, it's a 50-50 chance here for Ferox to get the dub.
Attackers have located a bomb.
And last time here, when we saw Ferox defending this point, Warden had a pretty good hold down this hallway here. Now he gets to be doing it on Clash. If he is sticking around up there holding, I imagine he will be being on Clash. So it's a bit different to Goyo, of course, in terms of how long you can hold. You don't obviously have the Vulcan shield to just drop whenever you want, but you just have a big Vulcan shield in front of you. To one, it helps when you have a buddy there, so he's going to have Todd as well. These guys should be able to hold down this hallway for a fair amount of time, and it's going to be important to do so, as we see almost 4 out of 5 members of Skyfire all heading that way.
Interesting that Skyfire, pretty much throughout all of their attack rounds, their first step was to take control of the big tower. Pretty much this was their pattern throughout their whole side of attack. And it had partial kind of success there, but it was mainly due to the fact that Smacker would be able to run some disruption as well on the opposite side. And so here, with him being able to get the breach going, open up another angle for him, this could be huge. But the fact now that Warden is also bringing in the Clash could be also the main issue for Skyfire to deal with.
Yeah, he can slow these guys down quite a lot, but he has to watch out for the Kali Lancers, of course, knocking him around, just like any other shield operator, so has to be very careful with that. But other than that, should be very protected with the ledge, has Todd around too. Deptra's taking just a little bit of damage, but other than that, he should be able to brush it off. It's going to be all about this hold here. How much time can they buy? Can Warden be caught off guard? Or can Smacker, on the other side of the map, shut down Deptra on that roam?
I mean, we saw so many times when Smacker was able to kickstart the scoreline in his team's favor, it was just an absolute roll from there and a snowball effect. So here, if he's able to do the similar thing, this could be absolutely huge. But thankfully for Ferox, it was Sushi who was able to deny the breach with the into the attic. So this is Clash's position completely now denied. Or at the very least, the breach on her position is denied, and well, in a 3v4 situation, things are a little bit dicey for Ferox, but at the very least, they're still holding quite good control of the attic, and this is where the main kind of contention will be coming through, as the long angle is being held by Shade on the white stairs.
Yeah, they're slowly closing in on them, though. Upstairs here on this hallway, you could see Smacker was coming in behind as well. I wonder how much longer Warden's going to be able to hold down here as well. Todd and him are eventually going to have to start moving backwards. You can see it's starting to happen now. They're moving back onto the site, but Cthulhu, look at the clock. 10 seconds to go. Smacker's coming and starting to get a few kills, but it has to be some magic here. The Clash is going to be able to buy so much time in these final seconds. No one's going for the plant just yet. Here it goes. Sequence finally starts getting it down. The last seconds. And no, Clash cannot get it done here. Skyfire are still keeping it alive. Round 15 all the way here.
Sure is, all the way will be coming around. We are back to trading rounds here, Smite. But it seems that Skyfire are pulling all the massive comebacks here. 15 rounds to be played out, first of all, was just absolutely huge here for Skyfire as well as for Ferox, albeit for Ferox, they had 2 chances to promptly shut this whole thing down, but unfortunately for them, were not able to get any finalized gameplay or game plan rather for themselves, and well, will be finding themselves at the overtime match point for both of those teams now.
And now, of course, we swap things around here. Okay, is it going to get locked in? Yeah, Bandit does get locked in, which is gonna, again, just add in that Bandit dance. They're gonna have to mess around with that. That's gonna drain a whole lot of the clock here if they can play it right with Skyfire. They are so close. They've been bringing it back. They now get to go back onto defense. They've had some pretty decent success throughout their rounds on defense, but it's been met by Ferox themselves, picking up some pretty decent rounds on attack. So it really is anyone's round here. Upstairs here, it's been, won and lost by both sides. So really, we're just going to have to see how it goes here. A lot of focus going to be held on the upstairs tunnel over towards tower. Smacker, his roam was shut down pretty hard last time, but he is quite far from the site here. So I wonder what he's going to be doing, or if he is going to be sitting on the bandit trick duty. It looks like, yeah, he's coming back. He's going to be back on the bandit tricking.
I mean, I would be surprised if we would have not seen Smacker on the bandit tricking. That operator could have turned around so many rounds there for both of the teams, but alas, that was not meant to happen. For now, though, the final round of Oregon. One way or another, the team that wins this very round is the one that takes the point for themselves. As pretty much each and every death, each and every kill will matter the most here. Same push. If Skyfire before would start their push from the big tower, it's Ferox that's starting from the master bedroom balcony, where they're going to be starting to go for their offense here. Jigsaw on the roam in the meeting hall out of all the places. Could be potentially running some disruption, or at the very least for now, hiding from some of the drones to assure that his late flank could be set up pretty well.
Yeah, he's going to be hiding down there for a while, hoping to pounce a little bit later on. First attempt at the breach, going to go down. Deptra sending that one off, and well, I don't see anyone nearby to stop it going off, so it will go off without a hitch here. They're going to be able to drone it out nice and hard. They've got another point of entry right now. All steps so far going towards Plan Ferox and for their victory. This drone here is going to be very cheeky. It wants the top bunk here. Oh man, look at all that information he's getting.
Yeah, all the information being gathered around here is quite huge. And another thing is the fact that there's only 3 people right now on site. The 2 remaining roamers need to start going for the rotation, and very promptly if they want to find success for their teammates here. Jigsaw on that rotation could be potentially getting some play here, but I think he just got forced off that push on the main stairs, on the armory stairs rather. And well, Ferox might actually start going in for the claims of the round. Finally, Jigsaw is able to come back up the armory stairs, so he should be able to find the kill onto Deptra. They're going to be completely unaware, and there's the swing. Does manage to find the shot. That's the headshot onto Deptra. 4v4 situation now has the much better position here on the armory stairs. 3v3, and as it's just the trade central coming out. Warden is doing all his best to get as many plays as possible, but it is not looking well right now for him nor for his teammates.
Yeah, 30 seconds to go, but they got Archie out of the way. No gas grenades to worry about. So the plant gets to go down, all things considered. Very uncontested. Warden on no health is going to have to cover this, but it goes down. Shade can now join the fight. This 2v2 is going to start. Smacker has been having a monster round, and he might be saving the game here for his team. Todd and Warden are both on death's door, and Smacker has to be his hero. He's got 30 seconds to get it done, but no, he can't. He gets 1, but it's not enough. And Ferox, all the way at the end of round 15, find the win.
My God, that was a nail biter there for the players. That was just absolutely phenomenal ending for the map.
Yeah, and oh man, my heart goes out to Smacker. At the end, he could have done it, and it felt like the series, the game to do it. I talked a little smack about his performance last week, but I'm going to say he came in and showed up today. He had a great amount of frags, got a lot of really high-value kills, but at the end of the day, in that last-second clutch situation, unfortunately, it was Ferox. Had 2 people. That was enough. That was what we needed, and they pick up Oregon. What a hard-fought victory there. But Cthulhu, that one went so long, we're going to need to give the players a breath. We're going to need to give ourselves a breath, and we're going to go to a break before we return with Map 2 and KAFE Dostoyevsky. And I hope you took that breath, because we're now back. We're ready for map number 2. We're about to jump into KAFE. But oh man, Cthulhu, that was such a tight map number 1 on the grid.
Yeah, that was such a massive map between the 2 teams. It's been just absolutely phenomenal to see how they were able to trade those blows. It was down to very much the last bit of HP, and boy, oh boy, like, I mean, second map is just going to be huge again, I reckon.
Yeah, I mean, we have had a bit of a trend where we get really close to map number 1, and then map number 2 ends up being a bit of a stomp. But we do also have the flip side. We do have the flip side where it's just a really close 2 maps, and I'm really hoping we're getting that one. I think that's going to be the case, because both of these teams are very used to being in these situations where they're mapped down, they need to come back and win. So Ferox, they've already got map number 1. They're okay with how the rest of the night's going to go. If they get a draw, then they're tied for second place, which is awkward, but like, it's doable, right? But if they get the 2-0, then they shoot up to first place. Probably going to be second place after Exto plays, but that's a solid spot. But importantly, they get away from that big tie that's going to be a problem for that top 4 spot. Is 2 spots that 3 teams are currently fighting over. And if they win here tonight, if they get the 2-0, they avoid that.
Yeah. Yeah, if Ferox are able to score themselves that 2-0, this is going to be a huge push for them. For Skyfire, I don't think they will be throwing or kind of fully demoralized on this map, because even if with the fact that that now they won't be able to score themselves those 3 points, at the very least they're still looking at, first of all, that one more point for themselves, and 2 is to run disruption for Ferox to make sure that they're not going too far away from them, so that in the upcoming games further down the line for Skyfire, they will be able to really catch up points-wise and to be able to still contest those top spots.
Yeah, that's the beauty about this series. That's why I was so excited for it, is that no matter who wins Map 1, Map 2 is going to be just as important for both teams to want to win. So there's no reason that it's not going to be as close and hotly contested as it was in Oregon. So KAFE should be really good. I can imagine, though, for Skyfire, they will have needed to take a breath from that. I mean, I don't care how professional and experienced you are. That map had to hurt. That loss had to hurt. And it's got to be tilting, so I imagine you've just got to round the boys up and get their spirits back up, because it's tough. It's tough, and maybe we'll even get to hear about it in the interview. Not sure who's going to be jumping in, but if they do, if it is Skyfire, I'd be keen to find out how they pull themselves together after that, because I think it's important for them to get their heads in the right space for this one.
Yeah, it's certainly quite a challenge to get your mental fortitude back up and running. It's just, especially from this kind of heartbreaking defeat, when you went full overtime, you were able to come back from 2 technically match points and still, unfortunately, unable to clutch it out. Even when they probably will be even angry after rewatching the whole VOD, realizing that both of the final 2 operators were quite literally on 1 HP. That is probably going to be the biggest salt on the wound there, because if you remember, both of the 2 defenders were full health, both Wamai and Bandit, and unfortunately they just fell to Todd's just phenomenal aim there as well and peaking potential. So I mean, for Ferox, they're also going to be not too ecstatic about the fact that they were pushed full 15 rounds. First of all, that's a question of endurance that is going to come in now for map number 2, as well as it's just general morale. I mean, the moment they're going to get to that match point again, that same question is going to come in. Are they going to end up losing and bleeding more rounds before they're going to hit overtime, or are they going to close out just then and there? Because while Oregon was technically one of their also fairly stronger maps, KAFE is the one where this is their turf, this is their home turf, and this is where they should be able to perform much better comparative to map number 1.
Yeah, I mean, Ferox as well, they probably were expecting this one to be a pretty hard one to win. They know it's going to be an important one, a tough one, so I think they should just end up being happy that they got the first map. No matter how they got it, whether it took 15 rounds or it took 7. They're fine that they got the win. I mean, maybe they can go back and look at it after tonight's match. I don't think it's going to affect coming into KAFE. They should be in high spirits. They should be pretty happy with that. As long as they don't let it get to them, I don't think they will. I think if they lose, it'll be for other reasons. But, they have a good advantageous spot here. Just an update, guys, as well. We are just waiting to make sure the players are all ready before we jump into the map, because of course it's a really important one. We've been talking about it for so long, about how important this one is, but just making sure that they're all ready.
I believe we're just about to start things off here, and there we are. KAFE DOSTOYEVSKY is going to be coming out here for map number 2 between Skyfire and Ferox. And this is where potentially Skyfire could maybe go for a bit of a revenge tour onto Ferox, because after the first map being stolen pretty much from Skyfire, this is where they're going to be seeking that revenge for themselves.
Now, last time we had some pretty fun bans. Maverick was banned and Thatcher was banned, which made the whole bandit tricking dance a little more annoying to do. You can't just kind of get around it by picking either one of those two operators, Maverick or Thatcher. So we'll see if Thatcher does end up getting banned here. No, it's going to be Nomad instead. So if we are looking for some easier breaches, then Thatcher will be on the table.
Yeah, Thatcher for KAFE is definitely a much more used operator comparative on some of the other maps, and there's not a whole lot of ways to really even surpass the position by using the Kali as well. So here both of the teams will be allowed to play around with the SAS operator, see how things will really come through there for themselves. Valkyrie to be banned out, and I believe it's Mira who's going to be banned for the last spot. Nothing too surprising yet, but yeah, Nomad ban is probably one of the rather more controversial ones, given that quite a whole lot of teams do prefer actually playing her, and well, she won't be in play for this very map.
Yeah, and Nomad has been popping up in bans a little bit more lately, so it could be looking to be a little more standard. But let's jump here into KAFE. Map number 2, brought to you by WD Black, with our sponsors here, the LPL Pro. Definitely give them a shout out as they help us come here for such an epic series. Map number 1 certainly delivered back in Oregon. And so KAFE, well, it's looking to service up a dish just as good. I don't know, do cafes serve up dishes, or is that more of a restaurant thing?
No, KAFE I reckon could do that very same thing. Yeah, just serve up some dishes, serve up some real good matches. So I reckon could very much happen here.
Attackers need to locate and defend.
And yeah, you get your coffee on the side with it as well. You're all set for it. Your 10 p.m. New Zealand time coffee. And don't lie, guys. We've all been there. We've all had it. We've all wanted to watch a match very late at night because we live on the other side of the world, and sometimes we have to wake up at weird hours. It was the Ubisoft announcement was like, I think it's 7 a.m. for us the other day.
Yep.
But kind of interesting being in New Zealand because we're so far on the other side that
10 seconds left.
it's like you almost wake up at normal hours for normal people, just a little earlier. Like sometimes it's 5 a.m., sometimes it's 7 a.m. Whereas Aussies, you guys have to wake up like 3 and 4 a.m. So bad luck, guys.
Yeah, a bit unlucky, but we're all gamers. We'll all end up getting by with this, so ain't nothing too unusual for most of us anyways. But now probably the biggest unusual thing is we finally actually seeing first round of a bandit. That is Archie, actually, that is going to be trying to play him out.
Well, we almost didn't, as he almost got picked off right at the start, but he does walk away with his head still on his shoulders, so luckily he's got a trained medical professional on his team with Kubrian to heal him back up, but of course now they won't have, they'll only have one stim pistol charge for later on in the round here, but at least they still have a bandit.
Yeah, at least they have a nearly fully healed bandit, so that's already a solid turnout here. Ferox right now running up. I'm liking the fact that they are bringing in slightly different lineup of the operators a fair few times, and for different maps as well, so it's always a feels good moment. Usually you would see some of the rather more established teams run the very same comp for pretty much most, well, not most of the maps, but a fair few of them. But here it's rather just a bit of a change around, change in the scenery rather, as a quick call out that there is a vigil in the vicinity, but not too particularly sure as to where exactly he might be.
Yeah, but now they're sniffing around for him, so Smacker has to be extra careful on his toes. And speaking of toes, Todd is just smashing everything around his toes here. He's gonna have so many angles to shoot down. Remember, Todd hasn't got any magical grenade kills here tonight, so his quota is still yet to be met, but maybe we'll see one frag come out here from above. as Ferox are taking some pretty great positions here above the site. And, well, unfortunately, they lose Todd through the floor, so maybe opening up too many angles.
Yeah, sometimes having too many angles to contest is certainly quite an issue occasionally. So yeah, that is one way to really go about. But what is also one way to go about it is Archie's fantastic swing, being able to just go in, white peak the Warden and get rid of him. Finally, he will be down though by the play by Sushi with the M249, so that is a solid play. Another one, an attempt to revive will be coming out from the dog, but Kubrian has been now tagged up even further up. Jigsaw, meanwhile, sowing chaos around the kitchen area, will be able to take care of one of the attackers, but now 10 seconds remaining. The plant needs to go down. Sushi with the diffuser will be going down, and Skyfire are the ones to close it out on round number 1.
But man, the fact that Archie survived that peak, it just changed that round entirely. He got 2 kills out of it, one of them really important onto Todd to stop his shenanigans from above, and then it continued. So that could have been completely different if he just died at the start of the round. So a very, very sly little win to pick up there for Skyfire by doing that. But that said, it was very solidly in their hands by picking it up. So it didn't really come down close. They executed it down pretty well. It looked like maybe Sushi was going to bring something back, but yeah, unfortunately for Ferox, they just kind of let it slip out of their hands. Skyfire, really solid hold there. But what are we going to see here on the 6th pick? Because I imagine that Frost is not going to stick around.
I don't think we saw, the Frost be swapped over. No, yeah, she did get swapped over. So yeah, bringing in a pretty solid lineup. I mean, once again, we are seeing a dog, this time not in the hands of Smacker, but rather in the hands of Kubrian, similar to how it was played out in the first round. And the choice to grab a kite as well for some remote breach denial. So now this is going to be getting quite interesting, because while there is a Thatcher available at hand, there's also plenty of the breach denial, including Kayed, there as well. So curious whether he will be able to get any tricks going, or rather if he's just going to be the one to soak up some of the EMP utility before the walls are going to get breached. So that question is yet to be answered, so we'll have to see how will it really perform. Apart from that, really is just waiting for the push to happen.
Yeah, I mean, even if it's just there to eat up some EMPs, oh, hang on, forget about that. Kubrian, will he find anything? He's just having a listen, I reckon. Yeah, he's gonna just fall back. Doesn't want to risk dying, but yeah, the thing about eating up the EMPs is quite nice. Look at the rest of the operators on Skyfire. You don't want to have EMPs just all around the place, eating up your ADS, your magnets, even your smoke canisters. Just kind of annoying, but you know, maybe you won't have to worry about those magnets because Sushi's already got rid of Archie.
Getting rid of Archie, yeah, that is a huge one right at the beginning of the matchup as well. That is minus quite a fair few of the Wamai magnets off the board, and now an attempt to hold that very same ballistic shield will be attempted, but straight away shut down. Jigsaw is gone now as well, and that is full control of Piano Room now in full effect. So now the remainder of Skyfire will need to be very cautious as to where they want to go in for the push, where they want to go in for the play, because right now, even in the 3v5, this could be turned around pretty quickly into Skyfire's favor.
Yeah, but they've got so much time to work out how they want to do it. It should be a pretty solid hold here. I mean, they know there's just mostly the anchors left, although now they're kind of walking into a few of these traps here, as they have now lost Deptra, but get the breach done, so he got his job done. So Ferox can still finish things off. Again, they had plenty of time to keep it up. They have to watch out, though, because they could get caught up if Sequence is able to buy a lot of time with his gas grenades. That's a ton of value if you can get it from 30 seconds. Warden has gotten Q-Grind down, though. There's no more Doc. Smacker now in a lot of trouble, too. He's pinned down quite a lot, as he's taken a ton of damage, too. But this is the man you want to see alive. He's now starting to already throw out the gas grenades, and, well, he falls down as well. So things are looking dire for Skyfire. It's just Smacker and it's basically a dream here. As the plant's going to start, let's see if he can deny it with a C4. Oh, he gets it, but unfortunately, he can only play that trick once.
And unfortunately for him, only a single C4 is going to be played out. He still has a very powerful weapon that is the TCSG in his hands to try to make it work. But now his position has been revealed. He will be trying to get maybe a few pre-fires through that wooden bar stand, but to no avail. Ferox are the ones to swing in right onto him, and that is the Warden with a 5.7 to actually close out the round.
He just rushes him right around the corner there as well, but yeah, not really likely to happen. The C4 kill was kind of funny, but yeah, just a really good solid push coming out from Ferox there. They took some great early kills there early on too, like I was saying, so they could really plan it out there even after kind of tripping up, losing Deptra. He'd already got the breach done, so it was all right, but they had the room for error, and even with that, they still got a really good hold. But here we go. We're going upstairs again, back up to Bar and Cocktail. So Clash may be joining the party here. Looks like is going to be a locked in here. No more 6 picks at all. So yeah, again, Clash always a really fun little operator to throw in here. Just kind of makes the other team have to play a little differently. You've got to really adapt to it and play against it a certain way.
Yeah, Clash has been running a very nice disruption in the previous map, and definitely showed that she's still a very worthy operator to sometimes bring in for certain plays. And whenever it was brought out by Ferox, they were able to really slow things down for a fair few of the attackers. So here it's going to be an attempt to reiterate that by Skyfire and Smacker.
10 seconds remaining.
And it does keep me quite curious
5 seconds
as to how will they be able to play it out, because they still have the dog for some of those aggressive long angles. Maybe a couple of spawn peaks as or maybe a pre-fire could have been able to handle or rather hand out a headshot, but to no avail there. A sequence will be promptly falling back.
Yeah, little womp there. Thought any one of the bullets hitting, so just a little bit of intel at the most is really going to be gathered there. He does get safely back, so it's not like he was punished for anything like that, but yeah, they basically just get to see where Ferox are going to be coming from. But now that they're just going to be dropping in from the roof, they'll be checking things out first to make sure it's all safe to jump down in there. They're just going to be mostly met with a whole lot of barbed wire, but also Jigsaw being very sneaky around here. But that barricaded shield should give away that he's there, as well as all these ADS. They are starting to drain it pretty quickly though, so after just over a minute, he's going to be pushed back now.
Bomb located.
Yeah, very swift take over the cigar lounge, or rather piano, by Ferox, and not really wasting quite a whole lot of utility, not a lot of health wasted, for that matter. Actually, none was, no damage was taken, and an attempt to get a breach going could be a pretty huge thing. Deptra already using both of the brimstone charges should be able to open up a few nice sightlines, but I'm curious whether this is going to backfire on them or not, because that is quite a whole lot of angles open up in a quick succession, and maybe Ferox may not be adjusted yet, as there's the potential peak from Jigsaw as he kind of teased the attempt at peeking there, but will be promptly trying to fall back. But Warden does not forgive those angles. Warden does not forgive those jiggle peaks. Will be able to quite promptly take him out.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a risky move there, but not many options for him indeed. But Kubrian, he's now going on a bit of a mission around here. He's going to be listening from below. Does he get it done? It looks like the plant is just going to complete instead, as he doesn't deny it at all. This is a great position now for Ferox. Sushi's taking a bit of damage here, but this Clash now starting to push, starting to move in. But they've got to go for the retake. It's now on Skyfire to make the push, and they are being punished at every move here. Kubrian even walking over a Claymore as well. Smacker has brought one back here on this dock, but now he's only got a half-health Warden, half-health Smacker, and that is not going to be enough.
Ferox once again will be able to claim the bar hold after initially a failed attempt at defending on round number 2. Round number 3 felt like it could have been a nice comeback there by Skyfire to make things work for themselves, but instead it was Ferox that was able to take control of the scoreboard there for themselves. And now, going into the kitchen defense, once again, they will need to prove that they are able to really play out this map like it's their home turf, because on round number 1, on the kitchen defense of Skyfire, Ferox almost looked toothless.
Yeah, I mean, Ferox, if they can take this round here, I think that's going to tell a bit of a different story. It means they're going to be just taking some momentum, going with it, instead of going back to the back and forth here. I mean, probably have to give it a few rounds to really see, but that will be the first thing that I start to notice. So it does come into it. Yeah, Ferox, they've had some rounds where they haven't really been looking all that one-sided, but that one that just went by, that was pretty smooth there. As they cleaned it all out near the end, not too many times where they dropped the ball or anything. So I feel like Ferox are primed pretty well to continue here, but Skyfire have been working pretty hard.
10 seconds
But
to go.
yeah, it's going to be about one, completing the robes that they've smack him, mate. He's going to make it quick.
Attackers objective.
Yeah, Smack is just he's getting some of that inertia electricity from him spinning around just to charge himself back out.
That's how Flash jump.
Yeah,
It's the static energy from like the air that she's hitting as she spins around. And then you gotta do like a 900 turnaround before zapping your opponents. Can you imagine that? But like, I mean, hang on. Before we mean more about Clash, Sushi's actually out of here, so no more is a fear at all. So just mostly a bit of dueling power, but that is a bit of a chunk of utility, I'd say, now not available for Ferox.
yeah, utility is being drained out quite swiftly there. As yeah, Ferox did get punished, kind of a bit of a slap on the wrist to try to be going for a bit too much of a head-on peak, and well, yeah, for Sushi things are going to be shut down pretty swiftly for this round. Albeit Warden has been dedicating quite a whole lot of success to his team, so at the very least is able to shut down one of the Romas, that is Jigsaw, who was hanging around the pillars, and that is the first sure step to potentially finding some success. A failed C4 is also going to be feeling good here for Ferox, as that is one less utility to worry about, as that was the only C4 to really be played out. And now up next is going to be just all the fragging power that Skyfire could be bringing in, plus the gas grenades of Sequence.
Yeah, Sequence, important for him to stay alive. Last time we were here as well, Todd got shot through the floor, and it looks like it's going to happen again. Archie catching him out. There was a trade, meanwhile, though. Deptra did find one. I believe it was, Sushi getting dropped as well. So only 3 people to complete this push, but only 3 on the defense means it's still possible. They're getting the breaches done here at the end, so even if Deptra does fall, his job is likely to be done. I was going to say maybe Archie could stop it, but he was busy, and Warden, well, he caught him completely off guard. Now, things are lining up for Ferox to complete this one.
With pans down, indeed, that is probably the better way to really describe it. A nice plant attempt will be coming out, as Sequence will be completely unaware where is the plant going to be attempted, but Ku has a very nice idea. Warden is meanwhile wrecking some havoc there, and Sequence is all that is remaining of the Skyfire's roster. The plant will be attempted, and Sequence just can't seem to hit those shots with the SMG-11, and rather, it's Warden dealing quite a little bit of damage, just tickling Sequence with the potential sweet embrace of death. Oh, please tell me that he's gonna find it. Oh, it's so close. There it is. Deptra able to hit it. There it is.
Just look at this. He just swings back and forth. He's like, is he here or here or here? Let's just try everywhere. So, yeah, nice little one to clean that one out there. Ferox, here's where they're starting to spring ahead a little bit. Now things are starting to get a little worrying here for Skyfire. That was a pretty solid round coming out by them at the end. It got a little shaky, of course, as we started to close things out. But remember that they lost Sushi right at the start of that round to a peek out. So they did that with 4 people. They came back in. I think it was they got a kill back onto Jigsaw. They shut down his roam kind of very early on, basically just a free kill trade. So it's still managing to find these things to bring their rounds back in. It never feels like they're out. So yeah, I wonder what they'll look like here to continue on in their attacks with now the 5-man roster, where hopefully for them they don't lose someone to just a peek out here, and Sushi gets the strong stuff here on round 5.
Yeah, I mean, Skyfire still have all of the tries to really get things going. We saw them in a similar position in on Oregon, where kind of they started things off well on round number 1. Then we saw a 3-round streak from Ferox, and after that, it was a bit of a return by Skyfire to draw out the scoreline. So maybe Skyfire might be able to pull out a similar case here, but they got to remember, this is no longer their map pick. This is no longer their comfort and safe zone. This is now Ferox's pick, and this is where they will be feeling a whole lot more aggressive, a whole lot more confident in their plays.
What are you going to find here, Kuran? The answer is nothing.
Yeah.
So he's hang his head down and go back to base. He can tell his team what he didn't find out, which is that no one was over there. So there's quite a spread out move here by Ferox. They're taking a few different windows, hoping to get some crossfires down, but in a similar fashion to previous round, they've lost a member straight away. But that's the Thatcher this time.
Attackers recovered the defuse.
Yeah, the Thatcher this time is going to be a whole lot more hurting here for Ferox's lineup, given that, yeah, whilst you're losing out on Zafia, it's not that bad. You can at the very least still deny some of the electronics utility. This time losing out on Shade is going to hurt even more. Todd this time is going to be the one to try to clean up. Oh, does spot Vigil, does manage to able to trade him out. Smacker for Shade, I don't mind these kind of trades, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, Smack has been having he had a pretty fantastic map 1. This one's not going as well, but of course his team hasn't won as many rounds yet, so naturally it'll be a bit lower. Pretty rough though, not having the Thatcher like we were mentioning before. Makes Deptra's job just a little bit more annoying, if not impossible. With Archie just sitting there on that bandit, ready to stop them anytime. In fact, just already has stopped him. So now, instead, we just wait for Ferox to find their positioning above. They're essentially just going to try and get these peaks, try and get these frags, because they can't really rely too much on a lot of these breaches. So, already running back, and this clock is running down, Cthulhu.
Quite a fair bit of time has been wasted there. Todd finally was able to really get rid of some of these banded batteries, and thankfully for Deptra, no banded tricking is going to be in effect there. So clean breach. So another avenue has been opened up here between the players of Ferox, and Warden is sitting in a very good, very stable position to be able to deny some of the flanks the moment the attempt at the plant will be going down. But instead, it's Jigsaw able to find a shot onto the sledge that was right above the site, and that is a huge pickup there for Skyfire.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Yeah, things are now starting to slow down a bit for Ferox, but it has to speed up because they've only got 12 seconds to run into the site. They are getting a plant down, and oh no, Sushi couldn't hold down that line. They really needed it. The plant completes, but at what cost? They've lost all their members. They may take one, but this diffuser is not sticking around, and Skyfire, they're not going to let Ferox run away with it just yet.
Defenders have disabled the bomb diffuser. Defender mission.
There is. Oh, there we go. We do see the kitchen defense finally succeed for Skyfire, as it seems that the script has been repeated once again here by Skyfire. Only one more round till they can draw it out, and only one more round for Ferox to take the 2-point lead before they transition into their defensive role, and this is where the main testament is going to be made.
So remember though, it's been 2 rounds in a row now where Ferox have had a member just die straight pretty much at the start of the round. So last time it was Thatcher, that proved to be pretty annoying. It slowed down a lot of the push. You could see they were punished for it at the end. So again, let's see if they can make it through a round with the 5 members at the final push. If they can do that, then maybe things will look a lot more one-sided, especially if it's the very valuable Thatcher player. Want to be able to keep Shade alive for sure. So I can imagine that Skyfire are going to be still interested in these spawn peaks because they've been working.
Yeah, Skyfire have been working pretty hard on some of these angles to be set up. They're definitely looking quite prepared for all these plays, all these peaks. But so far, it seems that they've been lacking on just a few kind of gunfights here and there. The moment they were slipping up, Ferox were able to run away with almost the whole round. So it is maybe a question of composure and how long can they keep it before they fall, because yeah, this is probably the main challenge here, as a matter of fact, for both teams, as to which team will be able to hold out the longest. And, well, the question here is going to be made, because we've seen plenty of times when teams will be able to sometimes trade out the rounds. In Skyfire's experience, they were also able to lose out on map number 1 and then completely go for a clean sweep with the 7-0 against Bizarre. So that is also quite a thing that could very much happen, as Kubrian is the one to find the kill onto Sushi, and that is once again the Zofia gone out without any chance to really play.
That's frustrating. That's so annoying. Another round where it happens. I mean, I guess last round wasn't really a peek out, but still just losing someone again. Todd doesn't find that shot either, so he's going to be upset with that. But if you can find a frag, that's always good, and Todd can find these sometimes. Doesn't find it though. This drone does spot out exactly what he's looking for. Wouldn't find the frag. The answer is no, but he does get another chance, and that one goes even worse. So, yeah, things are looking just a little slippery, I'd say, right now for Ferox. That nade, well, it flushes him out to get the headshot. It's a trade, though. They've lost Todd. Ferox are losing members here. They're giving it back, but Skyfire is still a man ahead.
Sure is. This is certainly looking quite dodgy there for Ferox's chances there to really come out, to really start making the play. Sequence is still gathering so much information. It is actually just amusing how Skyfire are able to run away with that. No IQ has been picked, even though she has not been banned. Yeah, it seems that Ferox are just doing pretty much everything contradicting to the general meta, which seeming to be a bit odd, but so is Skyfire really, and Skyfire is so far tactical, just going for some of the spawn peaks and early frags, seeming to be working just the right magic.
Oh, okay. Finding Smacker through the floor, that's good. But they did take a decent chunk of damage for it though, so now Warden's going to be their tank. Although Deptra and Shade, they definitely want to find these peaks here. They can't afford to take these peaks and just lose out straight away. Just one shot will take them out anywhere. Sequence, he's already cleaned up Deptra, so now it's just Shade and Warden here. And Sequence, I reckon he's got a pretty decent idea of what's going on around here, around the corner. Is he going to sneak out the plant? Going down. Sequence, you going to go take a look here just yet? He doesn't see one. He sees it in the corner though, shuts that business down and gets 2 of them to clean it up there. And Skyfire, they get you another round.
There it is once again. We see a draw in the first half between the two teams, as once again Ferox got the upper hand, but the moment they got the upper hand, they seem to have gotten a little bit too maybe relaxed on a fair few of those rounds, and well, that does result in them not getting any points ahead. But for Skyfire, at the very least, they were able to recover and get themselves the 3 points to draw it out. So not bad for both of the teams. But Bar and Cocktail Lounge will be the first one to be defended now by Ferox, as they are going to be trying to attempt to stop the onslaught and the round bleed that Skyfire has so far created.
Oh man, yeah, and swapping sides, it's such a fun way to do it as well. After a drawn first half, you can imagine that these rounds are all going to be incredibly tight as well. We've had just a blessing of a series so far between these two teams, so it's really a shame that, well actually, it's not, because we can have a draw where both of them win, I guess, in a way, or both of them lose, depending on how you want to look at it, but I mean, that is likely. We're getting close to that, where it's still going to be a possibility right until the very end. And now, if there is going to be a difference here, if it is going to stop just going back and forth, it would start now, where the teams will swap sides. If one team is going to suddenly start pulling ahead, it would be now, because they may have their favored side. But who knows? Maybe we are just going to continue going back and forth.
Yeah, it's still a fairly long ask question as well, just because so many variables are there, so many ways of really just juking it out. It's only a matter of time before one team ends up crumbling to the pressure against the other, and it seems that so far neither of them are planning to do so. But Smacker has an evil plan here to try to thwart any further plans of Ferox with that crouch walk right up the red stairs.
Yeah, he's being really sneaky, working pretty hard to not be heard, not be detected. And if he can find Shade, that could be really fun. Goyo just can bring so much value by running the clock down, take him out nice and early by surprise as well. Does he find any kind of angle? Not at all just yet, but he's still just hanging around on the same floor, so it will drone out, but I imagine soon we'll see him go for the throw.
Well, soon. Shade is suspecting something. There's the white swing going to be coming out, as angle could be held, but he's a little bit angsty on the WASD. He's completely unaware that where exactly that Ash might be, but Smacker is full aware. Sequence is the one to rather open up the scoreline here onto Warden. That is
Shade.
the Jäger of God. Oh, Shade! Oh, yes, there it is. Okay, manages to actually find the ashes. Instead, it turns out that Smacker was completely unaware about the flank around. And, well, that is a trait of the flank watch, rather, I suppose. And, well, there's still a C4 that could be thrown from below.
I bet Shade had it running through his mind. He considered knifing that, but he took the easy option, which is definitely the right call there. You do not want to be throwing out risks like that, but you're right, it's just a trade so far. But now Skyfire only have a minute to go and make this push here. They're going to have to do it without Smacker, on that Ash, and you've still got things like this happening. You've still got Deptra able to just hold down as one position for so long with the Vulcan Shield and a bajillion magnets. So Todd as well, he's in this little electric box at the moment here, just completely holding down the line. Sequence as well, only half health, so he has to definitely get the jump and not get jumped on instead from the stairs. Oh no, losing Sequence is going to be rough. Man. I wonder if they can get him back up. They haven't secured the kill. Yeah, he does get back up, but 15 seconds. It's time for Skyfire to run. And now, my god, they're just getting shot through the wall. It looks like they did run, but they ran to their deaths.
Yeah, that was a complete meat grinder there by Ferox set up. Nicely done by Todd as well to be able to control his ammo count, his position, and being able to call out the push by the Zofia pretty early. So nicely done here by Ferox to continue their lead, but only by a single point nonetheless. And that is a very solid also beginning for their defense, albeit once again, that's a very similar scoreline so far that has been created here by the two teams, because last map it was also Ferox who took the first win on their defense, and after that it was Skyfire that took the round off them.
You know, I hope someone clipped that little Metal Gear Solid section coming out from Shade. That was so good. It was just sneaking up on the guy sneaking up on you. I loved it. Smacker just, oh man, he had no idea what was coming up behind him. I know I would have gone for the knife. I'm just that kind of player.
I reckon Smacker might be a little bit upset about the fact that he was the one that was supposed to get that kind of the big brain trick, the one to hunt down the prey, but it seems that the prey became the hunter and the hunter became the prey.
10 seconds to go.
Would you have gone for the knife, Cthulhu?
Nah, I'd probably just would have toyed around with just kind of screw around, maybe go for some nods before going for the shot. But knowing my luck in Siege, the moment I would have tried to go for the knife, I would have been 180. So no, that's just a clean headshot to the dumb piece.
Yeah, he could probably hear you thinking about it, and just turns around and shoots you. But yeah, fortunately for Ferox though, Shade doesn't have any of these silly conceptions of honor or anything like that, and just does the easy option, which gets him the easy kill. So that nice little point lead is going to be nice for Ferox to have. Like you mentioned, things are looking pretty different. Shade not going to be on Goyo this time, instead Castle, so just a whole lot of hopefully utility draining going to be now brought to the table here. Skyfire, this time their push probably going to involve Smacker. I'm not quite sure where he is at the moment, but actually going to be Kubrian split away quite far. And yeah, Smacker's actually downstairs again, so wonder if he's going to be pulling off some similar shenanigans the last time. Shade's not going to be around to be hunting him down. Oh, Todd! Oh, Todd's going to be hunting him down.
Yeah, Todd, now the ultimate hunter, will be hunting the attacking players, and so is Sushi actually being able to really find some more information as to where the push might be coming out. Nicely done by Warden to be able to deny even more drones that could be flying towards him. But apart from that, yes, Skyfire seeming to be only now just made some progress on the top floor, but even that has been completely forfeited. But they're completely unaware that there's nobody there in the cocktail lounge, so that is quite a lot of utility being literally thrown around for nothing.
Well, yeah, they're all just vibing downstairs and not really too worried. I mean, about all those explosions, who wants to be hanging around there? Right now, Skyfire, 1 minute to go. They've got to find some sort of plan to make this 4v5 work. Sushi has been constantly hunting them down and constantly relaying their positions here. You can see he's been hanging out downstairs for quite a bit. Todd has been trying to hunt him down as well as hunting down Kubrian. Kubrian barely any health here, but he should be able to grab the EMPs. But Deptra, where did that come from?
Deptra going down to a bit of an unknown off-screen section is definitely not something that we would have probably expected, but Todd instead is able to pick up a kill into sequence, gets quite tagged up in the wide swing as well, and RG has just a little bit more bullets in his magazine, and well, now comes the flank. The attempt at the plant will be also coming through. Sushi could be making a big play here. There's a 2v2 situation. Needs to find a second one as well. The plant did go down. Does manage to find another one onto Archie, and the last man standing off Skyfire will be also going down. Sushi with a triple kill as well. And that is another round for Ferox to take the 5th point.
Wow, and this could be where they just start pulling ahead. A round like that, with Skyfire, they started off on the back foot, but it looked like they might have been bringing it back, but Sushi just puts on his wizard hat and robe and just pulls out some magic there at the end and gets just some beautiful little kills there. But it wasn't just him. The rest of his team actually shutting down the push by Skyfire at the end, losing Deptra super early on during that push. Real annoying for them, but they still managed to get it done. So wow, I mean, here we go. Ferox, this could be where they pull ahead. It's going to be all on Skyfire now to make something happen. Unfortunately, Smack has been shut down the last few rounds here. He's been caught off guard. So that could be the difference they need to change here.
Yeah, I'll definitely have to agree with you on this one. Very nice job by Ferox. But yeah, Skyfire might be on a little bit of a tilter there for themselves, which I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, losing out, first of all, that close of a matchup on Oregon, that's already a tilter in its entirety. And then for Smacker, personally, losing out on a fair few gunfights and being caught off guard is another really big thing that I would imagine will be also having quite an impact on the morale. So, yeah, many things happen, not very much in favor of Skyfire. So here, this is where they usually would start making some of the changes, going in for the push, or rather maybe Ferox are the ones that are going to continue their domination and get themselves the match point.
Yeah, one thing's for sure though, if Ferox get the match point from here, then I really worry about Skyfire, because that is just a terrifying position to be in. You're one round away from just letting Ferox just rocket past you in the top half of the leaderboard. You're stuck there now, dealing with that big tie around the top 5 spots to squeeze into the top 4 while your opponents just zoom away. You want to get this draw. You want to keep them down at your level so that it's not as hard as someone else trying to mess around with things. Oh no, oh, all right, Ferox already kicking it off. It's Sushi picking up the kill too, getting rid of that IQ. Oh man, you really want that IQ here for this round.
Yeah, the IQ would have definitely wanted the same as Smack, as poor man will be thankfully picked up, but at a minimal amount of health. And that was a really nicely positioned C4. Unfortunately, it wasn't able to claim the kill, but at the very least, it's Deptra that will be able to get the better of Smack. The same goes for, well, Archie. He's able to pick up a kill into Ward, and finally, that's Jaeger is off the board. But there's still Shade, there's still Deptra, still holding those positions very steadily.
But I mean, what are they going to do here to get onto the point? They have 3 people, half of them, or more than half of them, Archie and Ku, are pretty much dead at this point. It's Thermite, so he's got to get up nice and close. Kubrian at least can use the EMP pretty from far away, so he can do it a bit safely, but it's still a 3v4 push. You've done a bit of damage to Deptra, run down one of the C4s, which is kind of nice, but now it's a minute to go. They did get the breach done, which is quite good. But what else can they get from it? It looks like it's got to be Sequence finding this frag, but he just takes a bit of damage to himself instead. They've damaged Deptra a little bit, but that's not enough. That's not enough at all. Ferox are just going to hold this line down. They're going to just tell you, you've got to come in. It's your job to walk in here as that clock ticks down.
Yeah, Sequence could make a massive turnaround here if he's able to connect some of the shots here, but instead it will be caught in the crossfire. Todd, fantastic shot. Same goes for Archie as well. He will be falling down, all down to Kubrian, and he will be able to actually pick up Archie after that crossfire. Still some chance to really bring the fire here. Shade to find the shot onto Kubrian from above, and it's all just falling apart. Archie is the last man standing. Could potentially maybe find a kill onto down Deptra, but even that is quite a difficult ask. Yeah, and well, there it is. There's the peak from above. It is Shade with a fantastic vertical play. Will be solidifying Ferox their match point.
And that round fell apart incredibly quickly. I mean, just the first kill wasn't great. That spawn peak was the start of a terrible story, but then suddenly you've got one person additionally now on the ground. You've got another person who has lost almost all of his health. That one was just done from the start. And yeah, Ferox easily had it from that point. So this is basically just a wash. They're coming in to retry it a little bit. So you can't really put too much into that last round, but now we are sitting at 3 rounds in a row for defense here on Ferox, and their match point, they've shut down pretty much everything that Skyfire have wanted to do so far, and they are primed here now for one more round to grab that 2-0 in the series.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Yeah, the chances are definitely increasing here for Ferox. For Skyfire, certainly looking like maybe the morale is definitely at a question, or maybe just it seems that Ferox could be just the better gamers here on KAFE DOSTOYEVSKY. Maybe they're just a bit more prepared, or maybe, yeah, Skyfire just weren't prepared for some of the tricks and some of the frags that some of the Ferox players were able to really perform here. There's quite a fair few questions to be made here, and not a whole lot of them, I think. At least us casters in the public will get to know in full clarity. So at the very least, we get to see what, at least statistically, what is looking like a very dominant series from Ferox.
Attacker's objective is to locate a
I think it's going to be an interesting interview no matter what. We're looking pretty likely to have, I imagine it'll be Sushi from Ferox if they pick up the win here. So I'd love to hear his thoughts, especially on some of these clutch rounds. But we'll get to that soon. They do have to pick up just one more round here. Every round so far on defense has looked great. They've kicked a lot of them off, though, by getting things like spawn peaks or just some really early damage, though. It looks like that is not going to be the case this time. So this should be the best shot that we're going to see from Skyfire on attack.
And look at this, such a well-coordinated rappel right onto all of those eastern windows as well. Sushi is the only one that could be potentially responding to at least the first aggression to come out from Ferox, but rather Skyfire, as Ferox are going to have Shade playing downstairs with the TCSG, but I don't think he will be hunted at least just yet, albeit, oh, there's a two-man peek completely unknown to Shade, and that is a solid start for Skyfire. Smacker finally finding some redemption in those shots and those frags.
Yeah, well, this is how they get back into it for sure. Taking Shade out is the first step. This round is, time is going pretty quickly here for Skyfire. They are going to need to make something work. Up the stairs we're about to go. No, okay, we're not going to be peeking today. Warden will not get his trap sprung. But yeah, we've got Skyfire now hanging out below. It looks like they want to apply some pressure from both the windows and below. They've got the track stingers out now too. So Warden should be slowed down by these a lot, or at least forced to make some noise. But the flashes are now coming out, and it looks like Smacker and Ku are both going to fall here. That is devastating for Skyfire. They needed those players to make this final push here. All that soft breach now gone.
Tracks released!
All the soft breach and all of the pressure that could be coming out from below is completely gone. So now, yeah, Skyfire definitely going to be struggling a little bit, but thankfully there is a wild Jigsaw with the IQ, with the Commando coming out to be able to find some frags and emphasize off those very holes that Kubrian has made. So not everything is lost there. The attempt to plant is also going to be going down, as Archie will have the unprecedented access directly to the side, but will be able to be shut down, and Sushi with a double to come out. This is looking like just about to be all over Red Rover here in a 1v3 situation. Jigsaw, 18 seconds left to go, not a whole lot of things to be done here, and this is just about to be all finished up here. 7-3 is looming right over him, and the knife to close it out to Robin the Salt. It's just gonna be an absolute blast for Ferox to win this and take all 3 points.
Yeah, Sushi getting it done at the end in style as well, just marching into them down there. And wow, Ferox, something happened there as we swapped sides there. I said if there was ever going to be a time where we're going to rip up the script, it would be then. And it looks like, not to brag, but could not have been more right. But yeah, Ferox getting a 2-0. Oh man, it means so much for them on the leaderboard as well. Now they're sitting up. They're actually in second place now. In first place. Exsto likely to just win the series later tonight, or that's coming up next, and overtake them. But hey, at least for now they're first, and they are nice and ahead of their opponents now. They've broken away from that 3-way tie down there in third place.
Yeah, thankfully for Ferox, they were able to finally start claiming those top spots in the leaderboard comparative to where they found themselves in the beginning of the season. So for them, it's definitely a feels-good moment. For Skyfire, it is an unfortunate L that they would have to take here. And they would still have, I believe, 2 more matches to play it out. So at the very least, they might be able to at least have a bit of a catch-up there to play for themselves, actually, now looking through the game. So they still have Bitterhems and Exto Gaming to play out. So there's going to be a chance, but the chance is going to be quite slim.
Yeah, the final matches for Exto in the last few weeks are going to be interesting. But that is in a few weeks, Cthulhu. Right now, we do have an interview with the illustrious Sushi. Welcome back to the broadcast.
Thanks, guys. Always nice to be here, I guess.
Yeah, welcome.
Yeah, so I mean, first up, man, congratulations on that 2-0. So I'll waste no time. How are you guys feeling now that you're at the top of the table?
Better. Well, okay. I can speak for myself. I am feeling very happy that we won that because I played incredibly bad tonight. So, I'm pretty happy that my team definitely clutched up for me. So, it's a tip off the hat for that. But in terms of being at the top of the leaderboard and the team's feelings, like, we feel like we should be there. So, like, we're happy, I guess, but we're not like overly ecstatic, I guess.
Right.
Only because we want to have high standards for ourselves. So we should be up there, in our opinion.
I have a question for you, man. About the Oregon play. Maybe shine some light on that one as well. Throughout the whole matchup, we only saw maybe Skyfire occasionally pull out the Bandit, while you guys were mainly kind of sticking to the mute picks for any kind of attempts to deny the breaches. Any kind of chance you could shine the light on that one, maybe?
Yeah. Okay, Todd was confident in, and I quote, mute tricking the Kali. So, look, we let him do that when we were doing our meeting sites, but for the other things, we felt that there's other ways you can actually get around it without like, if there is a banditer, you can open up like below the floor on the bandit or do stuff like that.
Right.
So there's not really a point. Well, there is a point to bringing bandit, but the setups we had or running just didn't allow for a bandit because he could get picked way too easily if they are structured around the bandit. So we just felt we could let them get the walls open and play the post plan on us.
So now I kind of want to bring you back to map 1 again as well, where it was going back and forth and you guys obviously went all the way to overtime. How do you guys keep things together in tense situations like that? I mean, the series means so much, so did the pressure ever get to you guys?
No. Our team actually performs pretty well in officials, only because we don't really care if we're in a deficit. We pretty much show that a fair bit in terms of, like, even in our Six Masters game versus Akami, we were 6-3 down and we still brought it back to win it. So, I don't know. We never really have a bad mental state in a game, in an official at least. So I feel confident in coming back or winning any map, really.
Okay. I suppose that's what the experience and the previous seasons of, like, say, Pro League and other competitive games what also brings in. But yeah, massive congrats to you guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, all right. So, but before we kick you out of here, Sushi, just one more question is that end of game 1, it's Smacker 1v2 against you guys. You guys are on death's door. I think it was Todd and Warden. What's going through comms?
Okay, we were pretty much just screaming "Hold White" in those last few seconds of that round because that's where they were coming from. I'm pretty sure. And Warden played it pretty well. He baited Todd a bit, and Todd just played his life. But it was scary because we were literally all 1 HP. I'm pretty sure if you go back and watch the VOD, it was like we very easily could have lost that if they just had one like good place shot or something like that. But we were still confident in winning it. We weren't like too crazy in that moment, I guess. But pretty happy we won that.
Looked like it looked like a tense one. You'd definitely be stoked to win that one. But that's all from us here. Congratulations on the 2-0 and best of luck in your final matches throughout the round robin.
Thank you guys. Thanks for the cast. Always a pleasure having you guys cast.
Cheers, mate.
Pleasure is all out.
All right, there we go. Sushi there coming out, snagging that 2-0. You can tell he sounded pretty happy about that one, but Cthulhu, we got one more match for the week here. It's going to be Exsto Gaming versus Shadownet, and that one is coming up after the break. One more match to go. Connor, welcome back. back to LPL Pro. It's Rainbow Six Siege, and our last match of the night is going to be Exsto Gaming versus Shadownet. This actually was top of the table versus bottom of the table, although technically now it's not. It's second of the table versus bottom of the table. Although I can imagine Exsto Gaming are going to be taking their spot back pretty quickly, as they are the favorites to win here. So, Cthulhu, my question is going to be, how does Shadownet win this one?
Look, I mean, this is going to be quite a tough game here for Shadownet. The way how they've been playing, they were slowly, gradually improving there from match to match, but it's been one tough match against after another. And for Shadownet, this is, they will need to be extra cautious about how they go in for the swing, because Exto are looking very scary and very coordinated right now.
Yeah, so let's take a look at Exto. Let's see, who are these guys that are sitting at the top of the table? Sawyer, Geordie, Shoots, Mitchie, and Edpan. And these guys seem to just show up and get the job done.
Oh yeah, they're able. Each one of those players are very able to perform some very amazing feats, as well as just very strong on the fragging potential. And their general chemistry has been, if not being the same, being top of the line, they've been continuously improving as well.
Yeah, so definitely some very scary operators to be taken down here, but looking at their opponents, it's Shadownet, the underdogs, led by their captain Minxie, along with Nova, Lags, Levi, and Kage. Last week, they had a pretty rough matchup against PC419, but they did exceed some expectations, and Lags and Levi, well, they showed up.
Yeah, Lags and Levi were able to really perform some great plays, some great pushers. So I wouldn't be surprised if we will be seeing somewhat of a similar case here. But let's take a look at the maps that we will be seeing as well for tonight. It will be Clubhouse and Coastline. So for once, we're not going to be seeing a single bit of Villa.
Yeah, is this the first night where that's happened? I'm not sure, but Clubhouse being picked up by... I believe Shadownet. Yeah, Shadownet picking Clubhouse first. And then, of course, Exto grabbing up that Coastline. So, jump with the Clubhouse. This is a very familiar map for a lot of teams. They have all done it a million times. So, should be pretty, easy considering for Exto here. They've got all the experience under their belt. But, I mean, Shadownet still have very experienced players. These guys have been here before, too.
Yeah, and I mean, for the Clubhouse peak as well, Shadownet are fairly well experienced there. They did take quite a few teams there and were able to showcase quite some good siege there. So wouldn't be surprised if this is where they're going to be taking Exto for a roller coaster of emotions. And maybe we could be even seeing them grab another point for themselves, because right now, I don't think they will be able to nab themselves at 2-0, just realistically. Unfortunately, their recent performance pretty much states about that. But at the very least, I reckon they might be able to nab themselves a draw here and just grab at least a single point, so that further down the line, they should have a really nice chance for getting out of the relegation.
Yeah, the thing is, they have a real good shot at getting out of relegation if they can just steal a few of these wins here of teams that they're not expected to. So it's a pretty big ask for Shadownet to come in here and get a win against Exto. Exto were handed their first loss in a map last week of the entire season. They dropped, I believe it was to Bazaar, actually. So they can bleed. Teams have taken them down a little bit, but Shadownet's very different to Bazaar here. We're praising Shadownet that they almost didn't lose to PC419 last week. So that kind of says something. Now they're coming up against Exto. I mean, we're struggling to find a way for them to pick up a game here, but it does come back to something that is true of the league, and it's that everyone here is a good fragger, and they are a creative team here for Shadownet. So maybe they can find something to catch Exto off guard, something that other teams haven't been doing. Maybe that's the way for Shadownet to find a way to win.
Yeah, maybe that's the way. Yeah, I mean, looking at the bans even as well, it seems that both of the teams will be banning out the hard breaches for the attack, which will be limiting just the general amount of hard breaching that can be done. Ace is still in the quarantine, so that will be leaving only down to Hibana to try to go for some of the openings, and that will also limit all of the attempts that both teams will face during the attack. First one is going to be Shadownet, and interestingly enough, we're actually going to be seeing, instead of Kage, it's Space Prism who will be joining the roster.
Ah, I see. All right. Space Prism not showing up last week, but now coming back in here, added to the roster. So that is an interesting pickup here. Space Prism was the captain of his previous team, so that's going to be some different knowledge. I wonder if that is even going to be changing up some of the roles, like if he's going to be the IGL and instead of Minxie this time. And Minxie's freed up to frag, because Minxie has had some really great fragging games. So unfortunately, we don't know if that's going to be the case, but you look at Space Prism, he's got the diffuser. Usually IGL ends up picking it up, so maybe that's what he's being brought in for. So real interesting change here that we're catching here just as we jump into round one.
Yeah, curious how will the addition of him to the Shadownet roster would affect any plays, or maybe the chemistry could be there, because it's certainly if he's a last moment introduction, or at the very least say last week introduction, there wouldn't be a whole lot of time that Shadownet would have had to play it out with him. So maybe, yeah, the main question for me is going to be that chemistry between the players.
Yeah, so I guess we'll just have to watch a few rounds and see how they go, to see how well Space Prism's fitting in, and maybe see if we can tell him like how long he's been sticking around here for. But I don't think this changes too much here for Shadownet's chances here. It's still the same thing. They're still going to have to bring something different to the table, because if they just play standard, then Exsto are going to beat them here. But I do think that maybe something like freeing up Minxie to be more on the fragging side than the IGL, then I think that can certainly be maybe the change that Shadownet might need to take down at least one map here against a team like Exsto. But here we are, round number one. Already breaches going off without a hitch really, but of course they really need to get these hatches that are downstairs. That's going to be the real pain point there for them to get.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see how will the round play off. Exsto, interestingly enough, not prompting for anything too aggressive. They just taking it slow. It seems that their previous game, I believe, against Bazaar has been pretty much the way to kind of slow them down, maybe get them off their high horse for a little bit. But it seems that for now, Shadownet are actually taking quite a few steps to ensure that there won't be any impact tricking, which should allow some safe breaching for Space Prism.
Yeah, so Shadownet have opened up all the doors. They've I'm actually just going to open up the final few doors here, just so they've got all the different approaches they can look at taking the site in. They've got a minute to go for the timer, so they've got time to just do some last-second droning, get the last bit of information, maybe see if they can find a pick. It's important to keep all 5 members alive here. They don't want to be walking into a 4v5 here. Final breach going to come out, and does it get tricked? I believe the first one missed, but no. All right, both of them missed, which means Shadownet have their way inside. Now it's all down to this execution.
Cover your ears.
Yeah, all down to the execution right now. Exsto are going to try to slow things down. A whole lot of utility being just dumpstered right in through those hatches, as Lags is the one to try to get maybe a few openings here and there. We'll be definitely announcing his presence there in the blue tunnel, but Minxie nearly able to catch Michi on the pushes. Right now the pincer is starting to collapse. There it is, a nice job to take out Michi, but there's also a flurry of kills coming out from both sides. Sawyer was able to find a few frags, but it's Jordy rather going on the full-on flush around, and well, Exsto are able to just drain out the time, stop the diffuser plant, and claim the first round.
I mean, this is something we bring up every time Shadownet plays, is that Their plan looks good. They even set it up really well. But then it gets to that final amount of time, and suddenly they have like 20 seconds less than most teams would have at that point. And so they have to rush. They have to go in. I mean, the time they gave themselves meant Space Prism just had to run onto the side and hold F. And that was all he could do. And obviously that ended up being really easy to take him out, easy to just kill him and win the round straight away. So it's, again, something we need to see from Shadownet is just give themselves a bit of extra time there to make the execute a little easier, because running in with only 20 seconds to go, you're going to make mistakes. And, well, Exsto are going to be happy to punish those.
By attackers.
Oh yeah, Exsto so far has been pretty much the kings of being able to just punish each and every small mistake that the opposing team was able to perform, and able to emphasize of it so well that it's always a spectacle to witness them perform some of those punishments, you could say.
Okay, so here we go. We're now no longer downstairs. Going to be in the CCTV. Of course, this one's going to be interesting because of how the bans went. You've got no Maverick. You've got no. I mean, you've got some tools to work it out. The EMP is certainly going to help a little bit. Obviously, there's no bandit to worry about, because why even bother, to be honest? The bandit should be able to open the door fairly decently, but another thing as well to consider here is that Jordy's sitting here on this Oryx, and I feel like this one's going to be played a little more how we normally should have been seeing Oryx. That roam.
Yeah, that roam from Jordy is definitely a bit unusual, especially bringing in the Oryx, but we've seen a few times Oryx being brought on over, and mainly it was just for the fact that he has a really nice gun that is the MP5, and well, he's able to go for a few rotates, but that's generally been shut down pretty swiftly. So just as I say that, it's Lags that will be shutting down Sawyer, and Shadownet looking pretty good so far in the first few rounds.
Oh yeah, alright, so you've got Mute out of the way now. This should make the breach quite a bit easier to do if they've already cleared out all of the other, like any other Mute jammers in the way. It looks like there wasn't any, and if there were, they cleared them, so this breach easy to do. Someone's going to deal with Edpan though. That angle that he's got is always very annoying to deal with when you're trying to get inside. They've managed to break the breach, but that's it so far. I mean, getting rid of Sawyer is nice. Now it's time for the push, and it looks like with this flash that's coming out, it should be happening soon. These ones are actually popping off, not just draining ADS either, so where is it going to happen? And also, there's this. Jordy is looking for his twist in the story too.
Bomb located.
Yeah, he wants to find that twist, but yeah, it's rather Edpan is the one that will be falling down. That's the SAS brothers gone, but Jordy is already on the prowl. He knows that he could make quite a huge play here and a huge difference. Nobody is knowing his position, and right now, oh, that flank was able to really perform quite well. Albeit it's still a 2v3, but a swift rotation back to the side is just exactly what Shoots needed.
Yeah, two quick defenders here left to hold the site, 40 seconds, so Shadownet do have time to plan it out. They've got plenty of breach if they need to make open any new holes, but it looks like Jordy is just going to hold down that window for now. He is going to have to be careful. He's got quite a few angles to watch, but these flashes now coming out, that should be the last few that Shadownet have left in their pockets. 25 seconds. They're going to have to go in now. Oh, those shots come out from from Shoots, and it wasn't enough to get anyone killed at all. Space Prism going for the plot. Jordy's rushed in, killed one. Looking for anyone holding down these angles. He needs to find them right now. He's got no health left. It's Lags and Space Prism. They should be locking him down. That diffuser just sitting there in the open. And yeah, you're not going to win that fight. Space Prism shutting it down. Shadownet, bring one round back.
Okay, this is looking quite promising here for Shadownet. 2 rounds in a row against Exsto, one of the top teams here in LPL Pro. And Shadownet are just coming out with those kind of plays. I like what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I mean, the play was good, the plan was good. The only thing is that they did get caught out by Jordy a little bit on that roam, so it does make me worry a little bit for later on if roams are going to be where Shadownet get caught out a little bit. But I mean, all things considered, it wasn't good enough to close the round out because the rest of their execution was good enough for Shadownet to clean out the site. They got the breach off. Also, remember the fact that they took out the mute straight away. Sawyer wasn't able to contribute at all, so that early kill certainly contributed a ton to them being able to get in so easily. Once they got rid of Edpan, it was pretty smooth sailing from there. But yeah, it's one round for Shadownet to pick that one up. So I do want to see if they can continue to do it again and again. But yeah, I don't think they're going to be getting a kill on the Sawyer at the start of every round, that's for sure.
10 seconds to insertion.
Yeah, Sawyer definitely needs to be quite a bit more careful. Those ceramic panels should definitely ensure a little bit more safety for the man, but yeah, the rest is rather more of a question of how consistent can the rest of the roster be. That is a very naughty angle that shoots set up there through those bullet holes, because those things they're incredibly hard to set up, but when they do work, there's no way in heck that another team would be able to counter those.
Yeah, it could be just the cheeky, naughty little kills that he's looking for, the frags to kick things off here. Pretty annoyed that they lost Sawyer at the start of the last round, so why not attempt to do the same thing? But nothing comes of it so far. Right now we're just still seeing all 5 members alive, but that is very quickly shut down. Levi, one of the top fraggers, at least in previous weeks, already off of the board now here in round 3.
Now, funnily enough, so far throughout the 3 rounds, Levi was only able to get himself only a single frag, whereas it was Lags that was pretty much pushing his team for the wins on multiple occasions. So here, I mean, yeah, it's a bit of a shaky start here for Shadownet, and even shakier now that Lags has been turned down by that C4. With the 3v5, it definitely looks like Exsto might be the ones to actually start claiming some of the rounds here.
Yeah, pretty rough position here for Shadownet to get inside. I mean, they can barely take a step inside without just getting obliterated by any kind of angles. I mean, even being outside right now is dangerous for Nova. At least he's aware that it's going on, but he needs to find this peak. He got a little bit, in fact, he didn't actually even do any damage. That is rough. But now he at least can pin him down for a little bit, but I mean, Exsto are fine. They can sit back. They've got so many people with the man advantage. Right now, Shadownet, at least some of them are starting to get inside onto the sites. Finally, they're getting one of these kills through the wall here. That's quite good, but there's still quite a bit of work to be done here. Edpan, he started the round off with a kill, and he's looking to finish it off with a kill. The C4 through the window to clean it up. It'll actually be Mitchie to pick that one up as the kill, but hey, it's another round here for Exsto.
Yeah, yet another round. Exsto are, despite all of the efforts that Shadownet have been pulling out, are the ones to be now in the lead once again. Only a single point, though, as they are going to be coming back to church after a bit of a wonky first quarter of the map. Still will be able to see themselves in the lead. I'm liking the general direction where Shadownet are heading. They're able to take some of the rather more confident rounds and be able to dictate quite a few of the executions in their favor, but it seems that they can't seem to keep up the consistency now rather than the execution, because they nail down the execution. They know all the good ways on how to play it out, how to get the dub on a round per round basis. Now it's just nailing the consistency and be able to keep up the pressure onto Exsto.
Yeah, it's like 80% of the rounds fine for Shadownet most of the time, but it's just getting that last little push done sometimes. The last few rounds have been a little awkward. A few kills just kind of happening at the start, whether that's Sawyer or just people getting caught out completely outside. I think it was Levi last time. So The next round, I mean, maybe if it goes a little smoother at the start. Church and Arsenal is one that doesn't really have much of a bang to kick these rounds off. As you know, it's pretty easy for Shadownet to get inside most of the time. Exto kind of just sit back and let them. Don't expect them to be roaming too far from these sites here. They're just looking to trap it up pretty hard here. They've got Legion here to just leave everything lying around here. Goyo and Smoke as well can buy so much time. It's just such a good lineup of operators to run the clock down and make it so difficult to get down in here. But expect Shadownet, of course, to take the positions above, get those hatches down, and open up some floors.
Yeah, Shadownet had a pretty solid idea with keeping up the buck plays, bringing in just as much of the kind of, you could say, remote soft breaching. I mean, Minxie with the ITA-12S is a good idea. Bringing in Lags, bringing Nova, Levi, all of them are absolutely phenomenal soft breaches. So it's just to ensure that there's minimal amount of ground for Exto to confidently stay around and just hang around the area. The idea to have those breaching charges and to open up all the floor around the hatch before the going in for the breach is also a great idea, albeit that it can bite back if the defenders on the opposite side are able to connect their shots there.
All right, well, first hatch should be a pretty simple breach. Be able to stop that one. So they'll have one way to rotate down onto the site. Expect them to move around and clean up the other hatch. Maybe go ahead and make an entrance into the tunnel as well. They like to open up all the doors, but last time we saw Shadownet do this, it did end up running them out of time here at the end. They ran it with 20 seconds to go and had to plant pretty much straight away. So they're looking to maybe go down the same path here, if I'm going to be honest, looking at the clock here. They are starting to slowly run out of time. They might not even have the option of opening up tunnel, to be honest here. They may just have to try and go from one less approach.
Yeah, it seems that, quite a whole lot of avenues have been opened up by Shadownet. It's just, rather at this point, it's more so of a question of can they actually make that push? Can they force it out? Can they get the actual frags going in? Because we saw last time they tried to execute onto Church, they had a pretty solid idea as to how to pressure it and even managed to get a fair few frags, but it seemed that they just ran down the clock, fell into that 20-second meta, and ended up falling under all that pressure.
Oh, it looks like it's happening again, Cthulhu. 15 seconds, and they've got to rush in right now. The flashes have come out, but so have the gas grenades, and already Shadownet are falling, but they are swinging back. They're taking a few kills here. It's tight, but Nova is planting. It's just Lags to be getting these kills. I saw a knife happen up there. I think it was Mitchie picking it. Yeah, it was. Getting Nova doing the plant too. So, again, Shadownet running out of time, and Ferox clamping their jaw shut.
Yeah, Exto just being able to really... Exto just absolutely nuts here. They're able to adapt almost on the go here against Shadownet. And Shadownet, props to them, they're able to come up with some of their other more creative ideas as to how can they force their opponents out of the comfort zone and potentially make a play off that. It seems that whenever there's an opportunity for them being out of the comfort zone, Exto are seeming to be quite prepared for that very play.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
So we're going to head back to CCTV. This was I believe it's the round that Shadownet won when they were on attack. So they did it by picking off Sawyer on a mute real early on, like right at the start of the round. That's obviously going to be a bit different. There's no mute this time. It's going to be a dock instead. So you imagine maybe Sawyer might be going for a bit of a spawn peek here. Doc does love to do it, but probably not going to be one to fall straight away to that. Pretty hard to take out Doc during a spawn peek here. Pretty much just have to get him in the head. Otherwise, he's just going to heal himself back up as he runs back to site. But yeah, the difference here is that this round might be a little harder for Shadownet because I don't think Exsto are just going to hand them over the kill again this time. Sawyer should be able to stay alive.
Yeah.
Deploying
It's going to be quite a tough ask here for Shadownet on closer to the end of the round to stay alive. But we'll have to see how will that be played out. Jordy just manages to run away by the skin of his teeth as he nearly had his dome piece completely ripped off by a few pre-fires. But yeah, so far Exsto seeming to be able to have gotten a few pokes here and there, maybe slow down a couple pushes by just a couple seconds, and maybe this is exactly what they would need further down the line.
Drone ready.
Okay, well, a little bit of presence is now inside the building for Shadownet, but this is where it is going to matter here. They want to get this breach done. There is a bandit now on the other side, though, so this is going to be kind of tough here to do. I want to bring up the Thatcher. He's nearby, so do have an opportunity, but that one looks like it was cancelled, so they are keeping this breach at bay for now. Shadownet really needs to start getting it open soon. They've got to deal with Edpan pretty soon after this. There it goes through the floor, so no bandit battery is cancelled. The crawl is now available.
Yeah, there it is. Some good decision to try to get this, get these anchors out of the way, and a little bit of maybe a misplay from Minxie trying to find the shot, but instead it's going to be lagged. Fantastic headshot from below to shut things down for Sawyer as well. That is the ACOG off the board, completely gone, and as well as the stim pistols. And now another avenue has been opened up, albeit that Mitchie is still, I believe, right on the rafters, just holding his ground.
Yeah, and Edpan, he's still holding his ground as well. Going to be very instrumental. He needs to stay alive. Make sure he doesn't get peeked on from below. That's going to be a real danger. He wants to be able to use those gas grenades as this clock is getting closer to 0. It's about time to start throwing them out, but Mitchie, he's already taken out Levi. That is a high-value player to take out. He's also still got this garage completely on lockdown. Can he still hold the stairs here as they're about to lock him down? Jordy's taken one of them out. He doesn't manage to finish off the other one, but actually, he does. Just kidding. So now the gas grenades are starting to come out. Space Prism and Minxie, they're locked outside unless they hold their breath and run through it. And Minxie, well, look at her health bar. She can barely close her mouth at this point. So Space Prism is going to have to be the one to do it. They have to go a completely different way. And Jordy just has the angles, has the lockdown. The C4, is it going to... Nah, not do it in style. Has to do it the old-fashioned way. But hey, a win is a win.
Sure is. Exsto, continuing their 3-round streak so far, are able to shut things down onto Shadownet pretty quickly, and in a 4-1 scoreline. Things are looking a little bit dicey there for Shadownet. They had a pretty solid start, they had a good idea, but it seems that Exsto are just a little bit, just one step ahead here on Shadownet's own map pick.
Yeah, this is slowly starting to fall out of control here for Shadownet. They had one round where it looked good. It was a nice little pick at the start, and they just haven't really been able to replicate that success since then, and it's just feeling a little bit too much right now. So Exsto, they're going to go back up to gym and bedroom. This is, I mean, every site so far has been successful for them now, so they can definitely throw out pretty much whatever they want at this stage. You can already kind of tell they're starting to toy with a few ideas here and there. It does end up having risky plays where certain plays get counter spawn peaks, but at this stage there's a ton of info. They've got once more just the castle coming out from Sawyer to just drain utility, give them all the rotations that they need to force Shadownet to go places they just don't want to, and importantly, force them to spend time in utility dealing with it, which just seems to be the thing that screws Shadownet over the most.
Yeah, the moment Shadownet are kind of put at a point of kind of needing to adjust either on the go, or the moment their initial plan is being completely shut down, this is where it seems that their kind of plan is starting to slowly fall apart, which is unfortunate, to say the least. Maybe we will be seeing some adjustments further down the line when they're going to be seeing maybe a little bit more of the defensive success. But even that is going to be put at a question because round 6, they need to win this round. They need that 4-2 scoreline whilst being on attack because this will grant them at the very least not as much of a disadvantage points-wise.
One round to do it. Going to 1-5 would be very awkward indeed, but they're still sitting here outside. Last time we saw Shadownet hanging out here, it was probably their most disastrous round, where Exsto just absolutely pounced them. It was right at this window, in fact, where they had their first death. So Nova is going to have to be very cautious on that spawn peak, but has survived for now.
Stay back!
Yeah, able to survive some of those death angles that Exsto had set up is definitely already a good beginning, but just not enough to win a few of the games. They still need to connect some of these shots, and well, Levi's impact grenades are going to be just the right thing. Mitchie with a prompt fallback should allow himself to go in for the late roam, and that should allow some more frags. More pressure coming out as right now there needs to be a pincer to come through, but instead Jordy is just able to slip away completely untouched, but finally will be shut down by Levi as he tries to go in for a re-peek.
I'm glad he got it. I was feeling pretty bad for him for not getting it on the first 2 peaks, but does manage to get it, which is nice. But now Shadownet needs to do something with it, and now they're starting to find another one through the window. This is the time for Shadownet to get another round. Another kill through the window. Minxie picking that one up. Now it is down to 2. Shoots and Mitchie, and already... Oh, hang on. I was going to say Mitchie losing health, but actually just dropping Shadownet. This is actually doable now, especially if Mitchie can get fights where he catches them by surprise. This might be exactly what Exsto are looking to come back into the round with.
Yeah, Shoots as well needs to be extra cautious and not to die to one of those peaks, because the moment those flashbangs are going to be extinguishing the ADSs, this is his cue to really start falling back. Does manage to find himself now in logistics office thanks to the rotation hole made by the teammates. But apart from that, really, the time is running low. He only needs to deny the diffuser plant, and there's going to be a swing around with the MP5K. There's another peak and won't be able to find the shot, and now it's all down to Mitchie to try to deny that. He does able to deny the plant down, and that is it. He's able to run down the time. Exsto 5-1 scoreline for themselves on the first half.
That's heartbreaking for Shadownet. They had a brilliant opening. It looked like this was the one. This was the round where it just all starts coming back up Shadownet, or at least, you know, the start of that dreamline. But Mitchie getting a double kill there to even the numbers up and make it doable, that was the start of the end there for Shadownet. Now they're facing down a 5-1 scoreline as they've come out of the first half. It's very likely that we're going to see Exsto pick up the round here on attack, at least in the next few rounds, and move on to match point, and then the pressure starts again. So for Shadownet, it's just stemming the bleeding right now. Just every single round you win just puts off that match point pressure. So they need to start it here. They don't have room to just have a warm-up round on defense. It has to start now.
Yeah, they need to ensure that their comeback is here. They need to make it on their own turf, on their own terms here, because the moment they're going to transition into the comfort zone of Exsto, which is going to be coastline, things might be looking a little bit dicey. Although, with that said, coastline is definitely going to be a little bit more, not simplistic, but a bit more frag heavy, I reckon, compared to Clubhouse here. Given that both of the teams are able on the frags, it seems that rather there's the coordination issues coming out for Shadownet. So the moment that is going to be at least minimized to a certain degree, we're going to be seeing, I reckon, a bit closer of a game.
Another attempt here at CCTV, although this time we're putting Shadownet behind the door. So it's going to be Levi here on bandit duty. Always a fun one to be on, a lot of responsibility for him, but of course a lot of attention as well. So you're going to have to watch out for his feet. But EP should do the trick here. Let's check out his timing.
Let's take a look. Indeed, there's going to be an attempt, but yeah, the Levi is going to be sitting quite pretty with the door that is barricaded there. Will be allowing himself to get that very nice, good breaching. And I believe that is about all of the attempts that will be done by Exsto, at least until that bandit is gone. So instead, it's Jordy going to be trying to maybe get a few openings in the construction, but even that is going to be completely forfeited.
Yeah, so actually just moving completely here for Exsto. So Shadownet training quite a bit of time for pretty much no cost at all, really. So they'll be pretty happy with that. Of course, the batteries went down, but I mean, you're fine with that. So yeah, Exsto now going to have to try and make it work with only half the round. They've opened up a few hatches here and there. They've got a little bit to work with around the point, but the point itself is going to be rather difficult for them to get inside. Minxie here on the Valkyrie, pretty far away. What is she going to find? There's so many members here of Exto are very close together.
EMP incoming!
Yeah, here comes Minxie coming up from this on the central stairs. Might be able to maybe get a C4 from below, or maybe get a flank going on the two players on the ground floor. She is suspecting that there might be a bit of a flank, but instead, trigger discipline. Can she find that shot? Will be going in, and will be connecting that shot onto Michi. I don't think she's expecting that there is one more player down below, but a C4 to be flung around, and well, won't be really picking up, and instead it shoots to trade her out.
Oh man, and Ed Pan as well with the frag. I mean, are they just turning it around here? No, okay. It's going to be shoots to be dropped by Lags, so we are in a 3v2 situation. Shadownet should be looking to hold here. Levi and Lags now, two star players here, and they're looking to get it done. Just Sawyer left. He's trying to find what he can, but doesn't find either of the two incredible duo here for Shadownet as they pick up their first round on defense.
There it is. This is what Shadownet needed. A little bit of a return on all of their investments and all of those rounds that they lost out initially. Finally being able to really find yet another point for themselves. So at the very least, not walking away with completely nothing. 3 more rounds to at least even out the scoreline, whereas for Exsto, it's only 2 more points before they can close out this map. And two points against 3, and then probably another 2, well, total of 5, is definitely a better choice of a situation to be in.
Shout out to Levi during that round on the Bandit, though. A big reason they could run down the clock so much, put Exto in that high-pressure situation where the time is starting to run down. And also shout out to Minxie as well on that road, catching them out, getting kills pretty much for free as well. It did get turned around and almost flipped on its head, but it still contributed to it. So it just plays all around from here. So they are still looking good, and they are a team that can take the occasional round off of Exto. The occasional round isn't enough right now. But that said, it's only 1 round on defense, so maybe they are just these gods of defense, and it's going to continue here. But it has to. They want to have a hope here of winning in the clubhouse.
Yeah, they only have a single round of mistakes, that one round of buffer really to utilize here, because otherwise, yeah, they're going to be looking at a pretty grim picture here. Shadownet will need to ensure that they are nailing their plays just at the right spots. For now, though, it's a church defense that will be brought out by them, and they could potentially make it work, or maybe we're going to see Exto now retake the pace back in their favor once again.
Yeah, they've got a chance here to kind of redeem themselves for what happened back in the previous round. Church and Arsenal definitely a different beast, though, entirely. They'll be looking to get the position. I mean, the sledge suggests they're just going to hang out right above and rain down nades, which, Ed Pan has been pretty successful at so far. Jordy on Buck 2 is going to be able to open up plenty of the floor. So they're just going to have so much high ground position here. Shadownet are just going to have to win these fights through the floor.
Yeah, well, we did see a few times when Shadownet were able to really take full advantage of the floor play and being able to really close things out for themselves, but maybe this is the time when they actually going to be able to bring it now, once again, and maybe bring that third point for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, this taking a good amount of time to set it up. Also, we didn't really mention the fact that Shoots is sitting here on the Monty, so he's going to be able to walk right down the tunnel and get all of this information and catch out the positions of Shadownet. I'm not sure if he knows exactly who's there, exactly where they're standing, but he'll want to know that Lags has that exact position. He definitely knows now as he rounds the corner. They're going to find anything. Geordie has dropped down, though. Is Levi going to be able to get him? It looks like he's not going to be able to do it. So Geordie, with the jump scare kill, gets it and continues as he finds his partner Lags. And whoa, hang on, Mitchie's going to be doing the same thing too. So all up to Minxie now. Going to try and get the Monty with the frags, but no, it's not going to happen there. So Plant going down, big shield in the way. Gifts the kill over, but hey, there's still 4 people left.
Yeah, 4 more people left, and pretty much, yeah, just another point for Exsto to be able to secure themselves a match point to go in. So that is already a very big confidence boost for Exsto once again. Only 1 more round remaining, and Jim could be that very much of the final round, really, for Exsto to grab that first map for themselves and potentially setting up the initial pace for them to be victorious in the whole matchup.
Yeah, well, I mean, winning the first map would put them right back at the top of the leaderboard. It would tie them with Bazaar, but you know, of course, they come in here for the 2-0. It just starts here. So match point, it's exactly where they want to be. To be honest, they probably didn't even really want to be dropping any rounds at the moment, but hey, it's an acceptable scoreline so far for them. Shadownet, though, they're going to be looking to see what more rounds they can take back. Of course, if they want to win here on Clubhouse, they're going to have to win 4 rounds in a row and then go through overtime. It's one of those positions that once the other team gets onto match point, it can take out a lot of drive for your team if you're this far behind. So we've got to see some real courage coming out from Shadownet here. So they're going to have to steel themselves to make sure they can stay in this one. Otherwise, they are just going to eventually drop one of these rounds here. Exto, though, I reckon they're primed here to take this one. They're just looking to get it done here on round number... was round number 9.
Correct, yeah. Yeah, round number 9 is going to definitely be a big question mark for both of the teams. More so for Shadownet rather than Exto. Shadownet are pretty much on the door to take the L on their own map pick, and there's definitely going to be a very upsetting loss, especially for a team like Shadownet. They are currently on an unfortunate loss streak, so here, if they are able to even bring just a little bit more heat to Exto, maybe they would be able to get their confidence back in. But it seems that it has been fully stomped on over by Exto without any remorse. And yeah, just essentially, it's a rather more so of a confidence showcase by Exto rather than it being even a matchup here.
Yeah, still no door open yet. Levi really doing his job pretty well. They're very likely maybe going to try and concuss him as well at the same time, but it's not quite working. Minxie's roam, however, has worked out. Edpan is certainly someone you want to be taken out. That Sledge now no longer going to be a problem. Now no longer have to deal with someone smashing up all your walls. Levi's still sitting there. Did he get the trick again? I'm not too sure, but Geordie is taking out Lags, so it has even back up. Exo can still find a way to take this one up. And in fact, Geordie, he's still pushing his position pretty hard, but I wonder if we're going to continue to see it, but no, it looks like we'll back off safely.
Yeah, at the very least, there was a trade between the two teams, albeit losing Lags, the top fragger on 11 fragged. Is huge, but oh Minxie, no! unfortunately for her, she will be falling to the hands of Jordy as the sight box was blocking out for the most of it, as being the issue. Unfortunately, it is still, though, a 3v3. Funnily enough, thanks to Space Prism.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very important kill to take out Shoots, and also very important now to get Sawyer out of the way. Just Mitchie and Jordy is not looking very healthy. They do have the position, and Exto don't have a whole lot of time here. They're going to have to make some pretty aggressive pushes, because they don't have all day to sit around and wait. Although that C4 onto Jordy's great, but Mitchie, oh my god, he's doing it again. It's just him and Levi. He doesn't have the diffuser, so he's going to have to go for the peek here. It's just looking around the corner. He even actually does get the diffuser back up, but oh no, he gets caught going through the rotating hole. And that is Shadownet still staying in this one.
Oh, it is. Finally, Shadownet are able to show their teeth here to showcase that they are able to bite back. A few question marks being done there. Yeah, but bit curious about that kill cam, but nonetheless, no, it's a 3-6 scoreline. Still 3 more rounds for Shadownet to perform before they can even get close to catching up here, and that's still quite a tall order. But I reckon they still might be able to even at least take maybe one more round for themselves here.
Yeah, I mean, they're still just going to be sitting on the edge where there's the match point for their opponents. Exto is still just one more round away. Pretty close to picking this one up, but I mean, hey, shout out to Shadownet for having to step it up here on defense. It's a big ask to come in here and just not drop any rounds, but they are managing to do it so far. I mean, they had that one where they've got a little bit of leeway, but they have to keep doing it. So it is a big ask to continue to do it here for yet another few more rounds in a row, 3 in fact, to just get it to overtime. And it's I feel like they've been caught out a little bit by a few of these Shadownet plays. Levi's been great on his bandit plays. Minxie has been having some really good roams. It's been working out very well on that end. So if Exo can shut some of these things down, then that can be the way to just come in here and pick up one of these rounds. So Shadownet have to have that on their mind and make sure that they don't get caught out by those.
Yeah, they can't afford any more of those mistakes. They were able to have a really great 1v1 clutch close to the end of the previous round. So here, yeah, it's pretty much at this point each and every death will count and will be pretty much the most impactful ones as well for their foreseeable future. But at the very least, yeah, gotta give all the props to Shadownet. They were able to make a whole lot of those rounds really close, and be able to challenge, you could say, yeah, Exto, and give them a run for their reputation.
Yeah, I mean, think about how easily we were writing them off as well. But hold that thought, because we are coming in right now, and Shoots is just standing in this doorway, just getting all the intel that he can for now. Going to be moving on up. Has got exactly, he's seen exactly what he wants to see for now. The question is, how long is, I wonder who that is. I think it's Minxie that's hanging up out there. Not exactly sure, but Shoots. The question is he going to go up the stairs? Is he going to try and push them back? It looks like he's pushed them back a little bit, but all things considered, they are still hanging out up there. Jordy, though, wants to come in and swing around and check out who he can see.
Yeah, Shoots should be able to gather quite a fair bit of information. For now, the only call that I would imagine will be coming around is that there's only one Jaeger on the rafters, but that Jaeger, in assistance with Levi as well, should be able to shut things down for the Buck. That is, pardon, not the Buck, rather Zafia. That is Mitchie. And that is already a solid beginning. Shadownet might have another chance to really make a comeback here, and starting things off this well onto one of the top fraggers, excellent beginning.
And just look at all the attention that Shoots is drawing onto himself. He's bringing, so many members of Shadownet to be forced to stand there and watch him. Eventually, Lags had to go and do something about you know, all the fire around his feet, so he just walks to his death. It's now evened up here, so maybe Exto can find a way back in. It is Shoot's doing his job. He's going to be able to plug up this hole to find out where they're standing. All this information is invaluable, but taking the next step is where it's going to be hard. Sawyer has found Nova, though, and that is the next step indeed. Now, Mute's now off the table. This is some solid positioning, but they've taken a long time to get here, Cthulhu. 30 seconds left. They're going to have to make this last push. Levi gets a good C4. That could shut it down. Minxie has found Edpan. Levi has found Sawyer as well. This is them now surviving and holding on. They just have to do it for another 15 seconds. Here comes Geordie and Shoots, but it's just Shoots left now, and he is just going to struggle to get this one done here in the last 8 seconds. Shadownet yet again survive another round.
Yet again, we are getting closer to going for the full regulation of the usual rounds. 11th round here, still sitting on match point for Exto, and my goodness, this is getting spicier and spicier by the round. Shadownet looking like they are starting their comeback once again, but still quite a fair bit of ground to cover, even just before the overtime. And, well, the Church and Arsenal room will be the next one to try to be defended, but that one last time was failed by Shadownet, as Exto were able to just swarm right onto the site. So maybe this is where the Shadownet's comeback will be stomped, or maybe this is where we will be seeing a complete continuation, rather.
Yeah, it's the real test here, to see if they can retry the site and actually get it done. Exto know how to handle it, how to get in there and approach Shadownet's defense on it, so they should have a pretty good outlook taking the site here. But I mean, I guess we'll see. They've been shut down pretty early on in a lot of these rounds here. Just a credit to Shadownet for picking up those kills there. It's certainly helping them stay in it, but it sticks around throughout the whole round, right? It's not like Shadownet just gets one easy kill at the start and then just is lazy for the rest of it and somehow still wins, right? They still work hard throughout the round and still manage to pull it off. And that's why they've been winning the last few rounds in a row. So
10 seconds left.
this is something that Shadownet do quite often. They just start winning these rounds in a row out of kind of nowhere, and it's something that a lot of teams should be worried about. Exto especially right now, I think, because they could risk losing their top spot. Like, they've got, after Shadownet, 2 very hard matches in the following weeks. So this is their last chance to pick up a 2-0. To drop a map would be disastrous. And so they've got to be sweating a little bit as Shadownet are somehow bringing this one back.
If Shadownet will be able to bring this one back to an overtime, this will be huge for them right now, which could mean that they could potentially bring this into their favor as well. And that is going to be quite an achievement made by Shadownet, especially against the team that is Exto. So many times and so many comps I saw when the bottom end of the leaderboard team is able to take down the giants of the whole season. And all of those upsets are oh so sweet, oh so tasty, and maybe, just maybe, it is Shadownet's time to shine here.
See, and this is also a big difference in how Exto approach this site compared to Shadownet, is they just get it done quickly. They get in there, all the hatches are now already open, they've got all the floor open, they're already dropping down, in fact. And they still have more, like, just under 2 minutes left to go. Yeah, there's some castle doors in the way, but if this was Shadownet, they'd have a minute left at this point, not 2 minutes.
Yeah. With a minute to go, Exto seeming to be having a few struggling issues, if they will keep on waffling around, that is, and not being able to find a frag, or rather not go for the push. Finally, some pressure will be applied at the blue stairs, but still unsure as to whether it will be successful or not. A few attempts to lure out maybe some of the Romas or some of the anchors will be there, but yeah, not to no avail just yet for now. It's, yeah, there it is, the minute remaining, and only now it seems the push will be now finally attempted.
Yeah, it's time to start making these final plans. You've got Shoots to go in and take the initiative. You've got the Space Prism out of the way. This frag grenade may find someone. Sawyer's already found Nova as well. It looks like things are set up for Exto to pick up Clubhouse. They've just got to get one more done and dusted, and it's the captain nonetheless as well. And she cannot hide any longer. Exto pick up Clubhouse, grab map number 1 here against Shadow.
Yeah, Shadownet, even with all of their attempts at the comebacks, even with all of the rounds that they were able to take, unfortunately, were not able to claim map number 1. Instead, it's Exto who are going to be continuing to their rise on the leaderboard. Even now, I believe they have managed to reclaim their first spot with a single point. And yeah, this is definitely looking like we just might be seeing Exto to return and grab another map for themselves to make it from 1 point into a 3 points.
Yeah, I mean, the 1 point's enough for them to tie up with Bazaar, who just recently overtook. But yeah, I mean, they've got one more map to do. We kind of expecting them to come in and get the 2-0 here. Shadownet definitely made a better case for why that might not be, but they're going to have to do a little bit better here if they want to take out the win here, make it a draw on map number 2, and they'll have a chance to do that right after this break. I hope all of you guys packed your dogs, or well, if you're an Aussie, packed your cozies, because we're going to Coastline and we're going to have a good time here for the final map here. It's Shadownet versus Exto, a very big top of the table. Now, officially a top of the table versus bottom of the table match, as Exto, with getting at least 1 point, are now back on top, at least tied with Bazaar. But Shadownet, well, yeah, I mean, they got a few rounds that we didn't expect them to get. They definitely exceeded expectations, but exceeding expectations isn't enough to get you any points.
Yeah, for Shadownet, they need to start winning those maps. I mean, they were able to get to 4 points, 5 points here and there, but just can't seem to find that closure on a whole lot of maps. They were able at, I believe, just the beginning of the season to find themselves a single point in a map. But even that is, at the moment, not saving them from getting out of the relegation part of the bracket. So here, right now, this is their final for this week, final attempt to really nab maybe a single point and maybe stop Exto's advancement anywhere further in the leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, basically just playing spoiler to Exto. I mean, 1 point would be nice for Shadownet. Their real aim, in terms of the points, would be to overtake Bance, who are on 3 points compared to Shadownet's 1. So 1 point is actually fairly significant in that, but you still need to actually win a series, I imagine, to really overtake them there. So
yeah,
one map here would be nice. It would be a map that maybe someone like Bance wouldn't get if they were playing Exto. So that could be maybe the advantage that Shadownet need. But I mean, it was an attempt to take back up on Clubhouse, but let's not forget how that first half went, Cthulhu. It was a 5-1 half to Exto. So, I mean, all things considered, yeah, Shadownet brought a bunch of rounds back. Awesome. But they certainly let it get away from them at the start as Exto just took a strong lead.
Yeah, the moment you kind of give Exto any chance at getting any lead or any kind of advantage, they will be able to chomp away at it very quickly, and quite a large chunk of it as well. And yeah, like you said, getting that early lead is exactly what helped Exto to find the finish on map number 1. But map number 2 is coming up. It's Coastline, Smite. This is Exto's map pick, and we, interestingly enough, are going to be seeing Shadownet to actually begin on attack, as this was their side pick.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting, although Shadownet do surprise us quite often by preferring different things or just going for different plans. So maybe it is the fact that attack is going to be their better side here on Coastline. We'll have to find out. I think a few weeks ago when we saw them on Coastline, they did attack first, and I think that was the week that where Minxie was having a really good set of games. So maybe it had to do with Coastline. Maybe that's why we're seeing them on attack here. But who knows? That was a few weeks ago is the thing. So we'll just have to wait and find out. As far as the bans are going here, things not too surprising. The Habana's a bit weird, but you know, you always just throw a few bans here and there to the hard breaches, just to mess with the opponent's plans a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, the main reason why would Hibana be banned out here is for that remote breach, because she's able to open up, for example, the wall into the bar of the billiards room. She can open up remotely some of the other walls around. She can get the hatches going and multiples of them. So with her out, it's down to Thermite. Thermite won't be able to safely repel and get the breach going. Same as Maverick. Maverick, even more so. Every time he goes in for the breach, it leaves him very vulnerable. So, yeah, there's going to be a very limited array of things that can be done by the hard breaches. And I don't think there will be a whole lot ran even, judging by the lineup that Shadownet are bringing in.
Yeah, just don't even have to think about it if you don't pick a hard breacher. So who cares? Just throw it out here. Let's just go for frags instead. Let's go for these crazy good dueling operators who are going to be really good at peaks. Things like Sophia are popping up here as well. So, you know, these are very good operators in the hands of very skilled players. You've seen Shadownet steal some kills that they are just taken away from players that are just much higher up in the leaderboard than them right now. So it's still a team that can take it to them, and Exto can't breathe easy at all. I think we proved that back over on Clubhouse. So Shadownet, they've picked some interesting things here on attack. I want to see how it works. If this lineup is going to be how it goes, and if it's going to be what Exto's expected.
ADS deployed.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a question of matching expectations between the two teams. Certainly, Shadownet are the ones to impress here, whereas Exto already gave us all of the impressive plays, all of the big highlights. And yeah, like you said, bringing in the full lineup of fragging heavy operators, that's already an interesting take.
We'll see how it works, because of course you've got Exto just looking at all the sites. Oh, what a good pulse scan. He doesn't sneak a kill out of it, but it could have been just a free one right there. But he'll fall back a little bit, but still just has so much intel just right through that wall. This is going to be pretty hard for Shadownet to push back here. They'll definitely have to take it carefully here, because just look at all this information Jordy's getting. He knows exactly where so many of them are. Knows that they're just changing position completely, and now they can follow them.
Yeah. The moment Shadownet will be able to find that poking point where they just apply all of the pressure, where they can just swing right onto the side, this is where they could exceed here, I reckon. So far as just getting a bit of damage here and there, just trying to kind of just figure out what is Exto even doing, and I mean, so far being able to dish out the damage to Edpan and shoots, certainly looking quite pretty here.
Yeah, but I mean, what kind of progress have we really seen from Shadownet just yet? They are mostly just running around the building at the moment, trying to open some windows, maybe find some lines. Now finally using the smokes, they're going to be able to get some positions inside. And these frags are actually working out, as Nova has picked up 2 kills. Minxie going for the plant, Cthulhu. I think they've set themselves up for a really good round here. Levi's already picked up another one, but it's a trade. A run-out's coming. Sawyer has gone completely outside, but it is just too much. He doesn't find anything from it. Shadownet, a strong opening round here. Edpan, he's going to see what he can find, but Shadownet, I think they've locked this one down.
Yeah, Edpan is going to be looking out for some of the frags, flicking just all over the place, but just can't seem to connect the shots, unfortunately for him, and very fortunate for Shadownet, as they're able to find their first, a very explosive first round, might I add. And this is looking like a pretty solid beginning here for them, because bringing such an explosive lineup, it is bound to be finding plentiful amount of frags here on Coastline.
Yeah, I mean, surprisingly, just really effective there. They came in, they swung the sword, and it hit its mark. So, yeah, Shadownet, I'll see if they can do it again. They're still not choosing to bring any hard breacher unless it comes out through the 6th pick. Wouldn't be surprised to see all of this go through. But yeah, strong opening. You thought maybe that would just be Exsto holding it. It was very hard for them to get in, but as soon as they took the first steps, they pulled the trigger and got their first positions, their first steps inside. Suddenly they already had a few kills. So that entry, really well executed by Shadownet.
Yeah, Shadownet certainly did start things off quite well, but again, comes the question of consistency. Can they keep it up? Because yes, they had a good execute. Yes, they were able to surprise Exto, but can they keep on surprising this defensive roster, or whether we'll be seeing their downfall once again here?
Yeah, I mean, the way they did that round was definitely one that could have easily gone the other way. It could have been Exto shutting them down as they're jumping inside, or even just the smokes being a little misplaced, or someone being able to see around them or in a different position. Like, anything could have gone wrong for Shadownet there, but it didn't. They got the point, but yeah, it means that Exto could bring something back. Oh, hold that thought. Jordy running right outside. Easy first kill after he spots it. Takes a shot to the shoulder, but I mean, you've seen how muscly Valkyrie is. She doesn't mind.
Not at all. She'll be able to tank it all and more, probably. Still be able to keep on kicking all the butts here. So yeah, I mean, solid beginning for Jordy.
Oh, make that a little more solid, because he's still getting it done. Has lost a little more of his health, but you're right, he could tank a few more. But any more is probably a little too much, even for Valkyrie. But I mean, 2 kills already, and Jordy's still alive? Hell yeah.
Attackers dropped the diffuser. Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Yeah. Well, already after losing lags to yet another peak, Shadownet are looking a little bit dire here comparative to what we saw them perform in the first round. This time it seems Exto are quite prepared for the aggression and for the way how Shadownet are playing, and certainly are not keen to giving away any more of the rounds, of the frags, and you know, the fact that it's a 3v5 is already quite a statement from them.
Yeah, gonna be pretty hard to finish this one off for sure. Especially losing Levi and Lags, 2 crazy good players in your team. So pretty rough on that one. Oh no, and even Minxie is just getting fired upon from outside. She'll at least hold down the line of exactly who is attacking her, but this is just time that they've got to spend looking down, and it checks to see that she's still looking, she's still checking, but he's not really going to give this one up just yet. Doesn't want to let it go so easily. It looks like he should catch her out on this one. Yeah, you can see the animation coming. Maybe he was even listening. Mitchie picks up Space Prism as well. This round should be in the pocket of Exto here, but let's see what Nova can show us here right at the end.
Yeah, Nova in a 1v5 situation is certainly going to be looking quite unfortunate here, and well, will be falling to the full onslaught of Exto players. A flawless round nonetheless to come out from Exto to just make a statement that, well, yes, it was, the first round was a very nice one from Shadownet, but it seems that, yeah, no more advancements will be made by you, and instead it's just going to be Exto to start up their own momentum.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of that snowballed kind of off the fact that it was Jordy actually who was playing the Valkyrie that round, got the easy run out right on the spawn, even managed to get another kill after that. So all things just went downhill from there. They lost Lags and Levi at the start. Always super annoying to lose those guys. So yeah, very hard for Shadownet to come back from that one. So I don't think they'll all look as one-sided as that flawless round, simply because it's a fantastic start and they probably won't get that every round, but I still think that they can take one small advantage and just run away with it. It's just so hard for Shadownet to pull any of these clutch rounds back.
Yeah, the moment Exto are able to take out some of the key players, some of the key performers of Shadownet, it seems that Shadownet's plan is starting to kind of all fall apart, and it seems that they can't have, they don't have rather the plan B or rather maybe plan C for those kind of contingency plans, I suppose, which is certainly hurting the currently underdog team.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we got a little bit of hope after that round one, but I think that's kind of what it looks like when it's completely the other way around, where things don't go exactly their way. A dirty little murder hole there by Michi. Could be really cheeky if he finds anything from it, but just above him and behind him, Levi is going to be entering the building. At least he actually gets to survive to this point in the round. Just going to be pre-firing a lot of things as well. They're calling out quite a few things here, expecting Exto to be doing them, but Shoots has been listening to this entry the whole time, and he'll be waiting to pounce on anyone that's coming down these stairs, or maybe even anyone that's on the stairs.
Located by attackers.
Yeah, Shoots has been absolutely phenomenal on the previous map, was able to really make a few really good plays there, but so far it seems to be Jordy who's dictating the pace of the round for his team, able to find a fair few frags, at least so far throughout the 2 rounds that we just witnessed on Coastline. But apart from that, really, Space Prism is the one to find and discover Goyo's position, and rather Lags will be the one to try to go in for the hunt.
Oh, Minxie has actually lost a whole lot of health as well, but here we go. Let's go, Lags. Let's see what he can find. If he can find anyone from Exto, that should help him secure the round. These stairs have been pretty hotly contested. They've also called in Geordie now to see if they can hold them a little bit easier, but let's start some breaches, Cthulhu. Space Prism going to be making that hole, so let's see what they can follow it up with. It's just so much attention right now from Exto is on these stairs to hold them down, but now they've got to pay attention to this breach.
Yeah, all the attention is going to be now centered around that. A few of the players have already lost quite a substantial amount of health as well, so this is going to be quite a close one. Headpan to kick things off. Same goes for Jordy. It's just all falling apart here for Shadownet as another one falls down. It's all down to Space Prism. And now in a 1v5 situation, once again, it's a collapse by Exto, and Shadownet can't seem to find a single point of contention. Fantastic though shot by Sawyer. That is a solid beginning here for the comeback and for the clutch. But the peak backs by Shoots are just too powerful. So much time is being drained, and Space Prism is playing very safely here to maybe try to conserve his KD ratio. But apart from that, it's pretty much all solidified in favor of Exto. Fantastic, another one for him, but with 1 second remaining, can't seem to find a single shot. And well, the final shots from Michi will be landing straight on his dome piece.
And you know, if it wasn't for right at the end, a bit of that clutch coming out, it was almost a flawless round. It was almost a way for them to come back into that one there. But I mean, hey, Space Prism, unfortunately, 1v5 doesn't always happen. So at the end of the day, Exto pick up the point, and that's all they really care about. It was still a very one-sided round. It was still very much in their control for pretty much the entire time. You really needed some of these plays to come out from Shadownet to actually work out, but unfortunately for them, they're just not finding a lot of them. These defenders, by the way, are starting to get kind of interesting here. I think Exto are starting to notice what's going on and are starting to play with their food, Cthulhu.
Attackers need to locate and
Yeah, for Exto, yeah, they almost now kind of toying around with Shadownet. They just waiting for all of those kind of plays. They kind of maybe a little bit fed up with some of the quote-unquote maybe pestering that Shadownet been doing with some of their frag lineups, and it seems that just the moment they get a read onto even a remote kind of idea as to where the push will be coming through, this is where they throw in all of their forces and, well, able to shut things down quite quickly.
Well, if Shadownet want to bring it back here, it probably has to start here. The last few rounds have not looked convincing at all for Shadownet. Exto very much single-handedly just steamrolled through them so far, so they have to change it here in round 4. Otherwise, it just feels like it's going to continue going. It's going to be Exto winning more and more rounds in a row. I mean, maybe Shadownet do something on defense, kind of like what they did in Clubhouse, but we can't rely on that again. We can't leave Shadownet in a position where they've got to win a bunch of rounds in a row again. It's just not really feasible at all. So it has to be this round that they've got to come back on. But yeah, Exto have been shutting down their attacks so hard so far, and it all has started from the entry into the building.
Yeah, even with some of the rather more aggressive pushes that Shadownet have been trying to attempt, it seems that it's almost like a trap or like a bait that Exto was setting up, allowing kind of the pushing to come through, but the moment that was coming around, it was just all over there. Mitchie will be trying to hold a bit of an angle there into a hooker, as he will have a foot height peak hole there to just even get an indication as to where the play might be coming through. But Shadownet are not yet going in for that bait, at least not just yet.
Yeah, it's good that they're taking it cautiously, but they haven't got as much positioning as I'd kind of like them to get. They also still have a few operators hanging on, holding the angles down from the windows, which is always good. You definitely need to, but for now, it's definitely going to be relying on a lot on certain players that are going to be making these pushes here. These drones coming out, and Shadownet, to their credit, have got the time. They've planned it out. They don't have to rush here at the end here. They may need 1 or 2 more breaches here just before they go in, but all things considered, I think they've set it up. They have to be careful of Mitchie over here, who's very likely going to be springing his trap any second now. The first gas grenade has gone out, slowing them down. I think this is going to force Shadownet into a pretty awkward rush here. I don't think they bought themselves enough time, unfortunately, because these gas grenades are just going to run the clock down. They've got maybe 15 seconds after that one runs out. So now Mitchie's about to spring his trap. This is where it all gets down. Jordy's found 1 kill here. We're still waiting on Mitchie to pop up, but Shoots is already doing his job for him. He may not even have to roam and find any kills here. There's flames all around the side. Oh, hang on. Minxie and Space Prism and Nova, all of them going in and getting these kills. The plot is happening. Jordy did get one back, and that would have been enough to get the one that was planting, and then the run down clock was Shadownet's demise.
Yeah, unfortunately with Shadownet, they were just close to make it their round, but alas, that was not what happened, and well, Exto were the ones to be able to run the clock down. Was still a very valiant effort, very nicely done, but yeah, that kitchen push did not work out for them like it did in round number 1, and now we will be seeing a Hooker Lounge and Billiards too come out for round number 5, the second to last round of the first half, and so far it's Exto who are leading with the pace here.
Some push that they did there in the previous round looked really good for Shadownet. They had something really successful. They popped in and got 3 kills just out of nowhere. So it's a shame to see that wasn't good enough for them to pick up a win. That would have been their moment to show that they're a team that can clutch, but unfortunately it slips out of their fingers again. And I was saying that was the round that they kind of needed to bring back. I think they did show that they have the opportunity, the potential to steal away some of these rounds here like that, but it kind of had to happen there, because now it feels like they're gonna fall even further behind here again. Exto, another strong lineup looking again. You've always got to imagine Jordy's gonna have the potential of just running out with the intel he's gonna get from his cams. Would not be surprised to see him do it exactly again right here.
The bomb. Defender is approaching a kill.
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't contested in any shape or form there by any of the Shadownet members. So yeah, that's going to be a free reign for the Valkyrie cameras, since Valkyrie wasn't banned in any form throughout the map. And Jordy, funnily enough, is back again with the SPAS 12. He was able to pull off a very nice play previously. I believe that was against Blessed, if my memory serves me right, where he was able to get a jump out with the SPAS 12. And Space Prism would very much be remembering that very play.
And man, look at how cautious they have to take it as well, because they know that Geordie was around there. He's rotated pretty heavily at this point, but his presence is still lingering here for Shadownet. They do have to be careful, and now he's toying with the outside as well, maybe poking his head out, I believe. Oh no, and it succeeds with a C4. Oh man, Geordie getting that kill. He's going to be stoked. The comms are going to be popping off. But I imagine they may be dead silent there for Shadownet. That is a rough one to take.
Yeah, sure is. Levi is certainly not enjoying his time this time around. As yeah, the Bucks' run here is going to be quickly slowed down and shut down in any shape or form. But Shadownet still have plenty of fragments, plenty of utility to really go about, so not as much of a hit on the utility, at least in that fact. But Minxie gets shut down, so is Nova. It's all falling apart once again for Shadownet, and it looks like fourth point is going to be going into the hands of Exsto here.
Yeah, I mean, here's the clutch potential again for Shadownet. If they can do it, I mean, Lags is definitely the player to bring out any kind of clutch, but it just hasn't happened for Shadownet so far. So here's this opportunity. Exo are going to be, again, pretty happy to just shut this one down. At least he's got Space Prism right next to him, so they aren't going to be split up. They've got one kill, and they do have a little bit of time to plan this one out. Not a huge amount, but it does have to start working out now. Now we see Lags and Space Prism moving apart. They need to get these crossfires down. They're forcing out some of these gas grenades, so at least they're going to be able to run the clock down. Now they're going to have about 20 seconds once that one runs out to fully push in properly. But they probably want to get some of these peaks first, but they don't have that luxury too much longer. The final drones are done. It's time to go in, Cthulhu. You want to get this peak as you go in, but you're just getting things yeeted at you as you turn the corner. Ed Pan picking that one up, and now it's just Space Prism. 9 seconds in a dream. 4 members to go. He might want to just pick up one to feel a little bit good about himself, but those shots are going to give him away. He's going to have to change his position, but before he knows it, he looks at his watch, and time is up. Exto, another round.
Yeah, Exto is doing quite some work there for themselves. I mean, 1-4 scoreline is certainly working quite the magic there. But nonetheless, it's definitely making things a whole lot easier for the play to come around. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I feel like yeah, the drive from Shadownet feels like a lot of it is being taken away right now by Exto. They've been just dominating so far. The real hope was back on Clubhouse, where they were pulling some rounds back. But then again, back on Clubhouse, Shadownet were in a similar position by the stage. You know, they exited the first half with only 1 round, with Exto having 5. So maybe something happens in the second half, but that was still a win for Exto where they won the map. So a strong opening again on defense for Exto. I don't expect it to change once they swap sides, but then again, I didn't expect it on Clubhouse either. But yeah, I don't really expect these rounds on defense to change too much for Exto. We're probably, anytime Geordie's the one playing Valkyrie, we're probably likely to see some kind of run out. But with Sawyer on it, probably not so much. Although Geordie, I mean, he's really going to peek out on Goyo here. I think the answer may be yes.
ADS deployed.
Yeah, anything could happen, really. It seems that Exto has gotten all their confidence there to just go in and swing and peek everything at this stage, where Shadownet are kind of seeming to be doubting a few of their a few of their plays here and there, which is certainly hurting them quite a little bit. But apart from that, it's still some pressure is being applied by Shadownet. So Exsto at the very least are not being completely kind of just having just a run through of their life.
Yeah, no pick outs though. So Shadownet can keep their mental intact for at least another minute, for especially for Levi. Although Levi did lose some health, so something may have happened. But yeah, Levi has had some pretty awkward last few rounds, dying very early on. Wants to survive here, definitely doesn't want to get hit by a C4. Shoots, I think he knows. He's trying to signal something to us too. Oh, Jordy just keeps it up here. The next round, getting a C4 with the lags. Imagine losing lags at the start of your round. Jordy, he doesn't want to stop. He's found Minxie as well.
Yeah, Jordy is just absolutely going ham right now on those frags, just being able to really nail them down, and just there's no stopping to the man. There's no way to slow him down. Same goes for Michi as well. The moment Levi decides to open up the floor, there's already an MP5K aimed right at his dome piece. Similar thing is potentially about to happen against Nova here, with Nova trying to engage with shoots, but yeah, not a single chance.
Well, look, luckily for Shadownet though, the round, this half is pretty much over at this point. They can start focusing on now moving on to defense. In their credit, they did do a lot better on defense, but I mean, this attacking round, this is basically the story of it. They end up in this position so often where it's just one or two attackers left. They have pretty much no way to get back onto the site, so at least they've got a little bit of time to maybe chat amongst themselves. I imagine that's what's going on right now, because they've got to have a solid plan. If they're swapping onto defense here, it's not enough to win a few rounds like they did on Clubhouse. Even a few rounds in a row wasn't good enough, because now Exsto 5 1/2. They are 2 rounds away from winning. You've got room to drop 1 round here on Shadownet. That is not a comfortable position.
Yeah, that is a bit of a repetition of the situation here for Shadownet. They had a similar ending to the first half on Clubhouse, where they ended their defense, I believe, on their offense on 1-5 scoreline, and after that started making a few comeback rounds whilst being on defense. So maybe here this is where they're gonna start shining once again. It is Hookah Lounge and Billiards that will be picked for this very defense for round number 7. So curious how we will be evolving this matchup anywhere further. Yeah.
Diffused by attackers.
Honestly, I am expecting a very quick round here from Exsto. You look at the operators they've got. Lion suggests that they want to move in for some pretty aggressive peaks. They've got no hard breacher. They're just going for a lot of dueling power through all the frags that they're going to be able to get. IQ is really the biggest utility that they're bringing. Everyone else is just, I'm really good at shooting people dead. But, I mean, I guess Sophia brings a little bit, but yeah, everyone just mostly focused on flushing out the defenders and taking them out. So Shadownet have to be a little worried. It's very similar to how they were pushing the attack, but I'd say this one looks scarier. The Lion suggests they want to do it very early.
Reservoir going up.
Yeah, the line choice by Exsto is rather more so of just a way to kind of maybe introduce that finisher, quote unquote, from themselves. They just want to close it out as quickly as possible. They don't want to put any more pressure on themselves or strain themselves anymore for any more rounds. They just want to get those swift 2 rounds and go back to chilling, maybe finally go to sleep. It's getting fairly late for the New Zealanders. For Aussies as well, it's going to be getting late pretty soon. So yeah, things definitely going to be heating up here.
Jordy again opening the round up, but this time on attack. Finds lags, and now we also know Minxie's just up the stairs here, and if Jordy goes to push that, then that could also be incredibly dangerous. Sorry, not Jordy. Shoots. Actually looking to push up there, but oh no, Edpan, he's got the nade in hand and finds Levi with it as well. Now Shadownet are down, Lags and Levi. It looks like Minxie's probably going to be soon to fall as well if she gets caught off guard here too. Ah, shoots, he's just a second behind. Just a second behind, he would have found that one, but that's okay. That's okay, because they've already killed two. And Minxie's also quite pinned down here. Now, no floor below her. She's going to have to stay crouched. I feel like she's going to fall pretty quickly.
Yeah, a whole lot of pressure is being applied by Minxie, but she is not planning to be stopped anytime soon. Goes in for the nice peek and is able to claim the life of Mitchie, so at the very least, that's not going to be a flawless round. Maybe there's going to be something more to be brought out here. Space Prism will be attempting to apply some pressure onto Shoots, but the drone comes through the call out as well, and well, right now the R4C is just about to start blasting away at Space Prism's position.
Yeah, pretty awkward not getting that drone. That feels bad, man. But it continues on, though. Exto running out of time here, and Nova's just got rid of Edpan. So this is a 3v3. This could be where Shadownet do manage to survive. I was wrong. It was not a long push, a quick push at all from Exto. They are taking their time on this one, but they've got 3 full health operators. Look at the health bars for Shadownet. Nova's on death's door. Minxie's not full health. It's only Space Prism with the full bars. Although they do have time on their side here. Minxie, oh, that's so dangerous. She's just around the corner. The plant's going down. Will she be able to get the peak? Or will she be able to get shot down here by Shoots? The plant has gone down. They've team killed Sawyer, so now it's just Shoots here to protect it on the retake, and maybe Shadownet can do this one. They have not gone for it yet. They don't have a lot of health for some of them. Shoots, full health. He's okay. They haven't gone for the retake just yet. Now, oh no, okay, he knows that they're there and easily shuts them down. That's Lags, that was the low health one. Space Prism gone out, Minxie cancelled the defuse. And now it's Space Shoots with the advantage, and he gets it, he clutches it at the end of the day.
What a fantastic performance there by Shoots, being able to even to clutch it out, even despite the team kill from him onto the line. Being able to close out this round. It is a match point here for Exto Gaming, and it is certainly looking like it's just about to be all a complete shutout here against Shadownet. Despite all of their best efforts here, this is not seeming to be working out for them.
Cthulhu, I thought we were going back Clubhouse style where Shadownet were going to start winning the rounds on defense, but oh man, it just suddenly went so downhill. What a disaster. And he's right, it is technically a 4K because he got Sawyer as well with the team kill. I wish it was an ace. That would have been the real, technically was an ace, but hey, I guess you'll take the 4K. But one more round, like you mentioned, it's match point right now. I don't think Shadownet are going to be feeling the burn too much. I think they were realistic about their chances coming into tonight. But yeah, seeing it happen this quick, I think they knew it wasn't with outside the realms of possibilities that this was going to happen. So the good news is they shouldn't be feeling the pressure too much, which means that these final few rounds, if Shadownet can win some of them, it means that they're not going to be any less likely to pick up the wins here. Any round win here is great for them, I think. Shadownet are really just trying to play for the honor right now.
Yeah, sure is. Yeah, Shadownet just, at the very least, they're getting the at the very least, they're getting some learning experience there for themselves, for the chemistry, slowly but surely improving. I mean, they were able to bring in the heat onto the clubhouse. Maybe Coastline is not one of their better performed maps, so it could be that. So a few of the factors could be coming in, and for a team that is Shadownet, I mean, even just the knowledge that you can gain from all of these games is already a huge addition.
Well, there's only one more win for Exto to pick up here to snag this 2-0 and reclaim their rightful spot, untied top of the leaderboard, but they've just got to get in here and do business as usual one more time on Coastline. They've done it plenty of times. Just one more to go. Shadownet, though, going to be looking to pick up around here. It starts here, though. Geordie with the very well-timed peek for Minxie. Minxie may be feeling that it was very unlucky, but Shoots though finding Nova too. Oh man, yeah, it's all falling apart very, very quickly, but Levi, he is not done yet. He does not want to give up so easily. EE1D going to be popping off. No one going to be falling for it right now, but Levi is very pinned down. Very hard to get out of here alive, but I said that about Minxie last time. It looks like I'm correct this time, Cthulhu. It's just lags and Space Cruiser. Make that just lags and make that Exto about to turn around and pick up a win. Maybe. I mean, hold our breath here. Lags does have clutch potential. I don't want to promise anything just yet, but this is half the round to go. And Sawyer and Geordie should have a good position. Sawyer's already on the site, so he can just go plant whenever he needs to.
Drone going
But
out.
Lags, he's a dangerous player. That EE1D should give the free plant indeed, so going to be ticking down. But yeah, Lags, he has to have a really big think about how he wants to approach this.
Yeah, did try to go for a pre-fire, but just a little bit too late on that pre-fire. Does reveal his position and general whereabouts. Be trying to make a bit of a controversial play and go for the run out. Goes in for the swing, but won't be able to spot anything. His position has now been even further revealed, and now IQ is on the hunt. Geordie wants to find that frag as well. The timer is ticking as well. The frags need to happen very soon because in just about 5 to 6 more seconds, this is just about to be it. 9, 8, and this is just about past the point of no contention. This is a GG nonetheless, but Exto will be able to close it out with a final frag as they do take the map number 2 with a 7-1 scoreline.
Lags making us hold our breath at the end there, but at the end of the day, that is Exto, a very clean shutout against Shadownet there. Right at the end there on Coastline, but 2-0 over the night. This is what we thought was going to happen at the start of the night, so it shouldn't be too much of a surprise. Shadownet did come back in there, maybe not so much on Coastline, but back on Clubhouse. Again, they won a whole lot of rounds that a lot of people would have called them not to, so big respect to them for tonight. But there it is, Exto retain their spot after the end of week 5 at the top of the table, and they don't even have to share it with Bazaar.
Yeah, this time they are able to really bring in the heat, finally solidify, once again, their first place. And now the ladder and the leaderboard is starting to look up even spicier. I mean, Exto, now Ferox, and now Bazaar, the 3 kind of, at this point, giants of the Season 2 are forming up. So I'm genuinely quite curious to see how will it further develop.
Yeah, and so after all of that, before we touch on any of that, let's just focus on what we just saw. Exto got the 2-0 against Shadownet. So Sawyer, let's bring you in here, mate. How are you feeling after getting that one done? Must be, I mean, maybe not relieved, but happy that it's done.
Yeah, look, we're happy to get the 2-0. The last time we played Shadownet was in the LPL Amateur Grand Final, and we got a bit embarrassed. So, yeah, we're looking for some revenge, and today was our chance to do that.
Yeah, you guys were able to really get a few closeout rounds, but walk us through what was happening whenever Shadownet were able to finally start getting maybe a few comeback rounds on the second half of Clubhouse.
Yeah, well, obviously we banned Fairmite a fair bit on Club, and we didn't expect him to ban Mav. I'm not sure. I mean, I guess it was a counter ban. But yeah, we've never played with Mav and Fairmite bans, so it was just poor by us not getting the walls open. Every round we lost, we just didn't get the walls open with the Habanas. They bandit tricked it really well. And that's just on us, I guess, to practice. I don't really think we'll play many games with a Fairmite Maverick ban, but I think we definitely need to practice just getting that wall open. Because, yeah, every time we didn't get the Habanas open, that cost us every round. That's why they made that bit of that comeback.
Okay.
Yeah, so, I mean, real impressive play coming out from them, but let's move over on the Coastline. You guys certainly got your act together there, moving on to it. Did you take some time between the maps to say, hey, this didn't go as smoothly as possible? Did you change anything up to have a bit of a talk?
Yeah, look, coming into the match, like I said, we wanted revenge, and we wanted to do it in the best way possible. So that was our main driving force today. Clubhouse didn't really bother us with the scoreline. I mean, like I said, with the Fairmite Mav ban, it's going to be defender-sided. So yeah, it was always going to be hard. But I think at the end of the day, we're just happy we won.
Okay, and then one more from me here. When you got team killed by Shoots, and then he was suddenly in the clutch position, were you secretly cheering him on, or were you kind of hoping he would lose that one?
Look, I always hope Shoots is going to clutch those. I back him too. So yeah, we had a drone on the flank. New one was coming top white. He won that gunfight, and then yeah, I guess his gun skill just took over and was able to clutch up.
Okay, yeah, that's about pretty much all of my questions as well, all done and dusted there. Massive congratulations to you, man, and gotta give also big ups to Sketchy for all of the stats gathering that he's been doing as well.
Oh
Yeah, he appreciates all the love. So yes, thank you for that. We appreciate it.
Yeah, total shout out to him for helping us out with the stats. But yeah, I mean, you guys have some pretty rough matches coming up in the following weeks. So I believe it's, well, you guys still have to play Skyfire and Bazaar, I think. So do you want to give us the thoughts on, yeah, Skyfire and Ferox, sorry. Yeah, so any thoughts on those matches coming up?
Yeah, look, we're excited to prove ourselves. We've been wanting to play Ferox since the start of the season. It's a chance to prove ourselves, show that we're good enough to play at a high level. So yeah, we're excited. We're hoping to win that and then see what we have to do with Skyfire with the playoffs wise. So yeah, we'll just see. But yeah, excited.
All right, well, enjoy your retaking of the throne and continuing to stay up there for another week. But congratulations and good luck in the following matches in the next few weeks.
Appreciate it, boys. Thank you for the cast. Have a good one.
All right, and there it is. Sawyer from Exsto Gaming still retaining their position right at the top of the table, picking up a pretty clean 2-0 against Shadownet. But Cthulhu, let's recap tonight. Let's take a look at the results we saw tonight, because we have two matches, believe it or not. So you have to cast your mind all the way back. Or I could just remind you, it was Ferox versus Skyfire, and Ferox got the 2-0, although that was a very, very close series, but it could not have meant more for Ferox to get that 2-0. And then, like we just saw, Exsto Gaming getting a, let's say, less close 2-0 against Shadownet there, and just really solidifying their place at the top, while Shadownet still fighting their way out of relegation at the bottom.
Yeah, it was a very exciting matchup. The Ferox versus Skyfire definitely had me on the edge of the seat, so certainly a very promising showcase by Ferox, and hopefully they will be prepared for any of their further matchups, because there's still, I believe, a couple of the challenging matchups awaiting them.
Yeah, like we were just mentioning as well, and you can see that here as you see Exto at the very top of the table after claiming their 13th points. Team Ferox just below them, only 2 points behind as well, so that matchup is probably going to decide who takes first seed. Then you've got Bazaar just 1 point ahead of now only a two-way tie for 4th and 5th, but it still means two teams fighting for that 4th place spot there. Skyfire and PC419 going to be hot on that tail. And then you got Vance, Shadownet, and Bit of Hems all bringing up the rear. So, Cthulhu, without further ado, I think we should take a look at the matches we're going to be seeing next week, because this is where things are going to really start tying up the leaderboard. Vance versus Shadownet is probably going to be deciding who's going to be looking at relegation. And then you've got Exto versus Ferox. That one's going to be important for whoever wants to take the top of the table, but that's a good chance for Ferox to break away from that tie that's hanging around the 4th and 5th place spot.
Yeah, for Ferox right now, this is going to be a huge one. Same goes for Exto, whichever team is able to really make the get the 2-0 will be able to run away with the first place. Whereas, yeah, Vance for Shadownet, for Vance, they only need even just the tie to solidify their position up at the just outside of the relegation bracket. Whereas for Shadownet, they need a full 2-0 to overtake Vance and get out of the relegation. So both of those matchups are going to be very spicy, and hearts will be broken one way or another.
Yeah, it's going to be a week to watch for sure. I mean, the Tuesday broadcast is going to be pretty crazy as well. Of course, we have two shows a night, Tuesdays and Wednesdays, where you've got two matches each. So every one of these matches from now on is going to mean quite a lot, but particularly those Exto matches as well. I'd say if you're going to pick only a few matches to watch the Exto ones. It's going to mean a lot for them. But Cthulhu. And ladies and gentlemen, we have run out of time for today and run out of Rainbow Six to play. So we are going to have to wait until next week. But big shout out to our sponsors, WD Black, Vodafone, the New Zealand military, and of course, our final one, Conquer, for shouting us out and making all of this happen. But with all that said and done, we're going to have to wait one more week. So we'll see you guys next week, Tuesday and Wednesday at 8:30 p.m. New Zealand Standard Time for more LPL Pro and more Rainbow Six. But until then, stay frosty.